Can you please look up this site?
See if we can figure out something.
Hiya. A little bit early, but I was here, so I figured I might as well start. We are going to power through today. I have chatted to RA, and he knows that I'll be streaming at the same time. However, I will still encourage you to go there. I'll still let you know when the stream starts. But if we do this in 1 hour increments, I sat and listed how many days of court there are and who testifies on what day. I see now I've got a few duplicates. We're on day 5. We need to get to day 49. That's how far we still have to go. So we're going to have to shake our pom-poms, and we're going to have to try to, I guess, work as long as we can. I obviously will be writing in the background, but we're in this together. Where is everybody? Literally just dropped to 0. Do we need to do some normal court watching to give YouTube a bit of a chance to let people know? I haven't got a notification, but then again, I never do. Should we start with Judge Middleton? Misdemeanors and pleas.
That's it. Good morning, everyone. Today is July 12th. We're doing our first Friday of the month pre-trials on July 12th. We didn't do them on July 5th because nobody wanted to be here on Friday, the July 5th, including me. So we bumped them back a week, and we have a lot of cases set for this morning. The lawyers are lined up in the back, and we've got several cases ready to go. Luke, is your client ready?
Which one, Judge?
Mr. Hernandez?
He is, Judge.
All right, we'll take Ross's case, then we'll deal with that one. Vivian is in the waiting room. Anyway, we're going to get right to it. I want to say good morning to everybody. Mr. Connecticut, I hope you're doing okay, and we'll catch up a little bit. Anyway, thank you, everyone, but we've got to get right to work here. So I make $11 an hour.
He's joking, right? Hey, Steve. It's very quiet in here today.
All right, let's go. First case before me is People versus Alicia Sanchez Wilson. That's you?
Yeah.
You got charged with driving with no insurance, operating without a license, and failing to stop at the scene of a property damage accident. Those are all misdemeanors. We get a lot of no insurance cases. Driving a car without insurance is a misdemeanor. It's punishable by not less than a year in jail. Excuse me, up to a year in jail. That's a big difference. Not less than $200, not more than $500. The other charge, no operator's license, is a misdemeanor. It's punishable by up to 90 days in jail and a fine of up to $100, carries 2 points. And failing to stop at the scene of a property damage accident is also a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 90 days in jail and a fine of up to $100. Your lawyer, Mr. Truckee, got here early and took the first seat, so he gets the first plea. You have to be 2 places.
At least.
All right, 2 or 3 places. So I appreciate getting right at it. Ms. Wilson, the prosecutor has agreed to dismiss everything but the no valid operator's license. What happened to the car?
It got totaled.
All right, that's very expensive. So did you lose it or?
Yeah,
All
I
right,
lost it.
lost card impound. I don't like that.
I'm trying to buy my cracked pizzas and they say no delivery available.
All right, you understand, and this applies to everybody that's here. If you're going to enter a plea to this charge, you'll be giving up your right to have a trial in front of a judge or jury. There will be no trial. You understand that?
Yeah.
If you had a trial, you'd have the right to be represented by an attorney. You've got Mr. Truckee here with you. You could hire an attorney of your own choosing if you wish, but we've appointed one to make sure that you have a lawyer. If you had a trial, you'd have a right to have any of the witnesses for or against you subpoenaed to come to court so they could be questioned under oath. You would have the right to take the witness stand yourself and testify on your own behalf. But you don't have to because you have a right not to testify. And if you did not wish to testify, the judge or jury could not hold or silence against you. Understand?
Yeah.
And you have the right to be presumed innocent unless they can prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Were you driving a car
Yeah.
on, what's the date of this? May 3rd of 2024?
Yeah.
And did you have a valid license?
No, I did not.
Let's take a look. They didn't put this in my queue because you didn't go in there.
I'm going to have to do 1.5 for Middleton today. Just let me know if it's too fast. Feeling a bit like it's a bit slow.
You look at your driving record. How old are you, Ms. Sanchez Wilson?
19.
Have you ever had a license?
No.
That wasn't the right answer.
Well, I don't have a driving record in here, so that's not very helpful. Looks like all you got is this. Where were you going?
I was gonna drop some friends off at their house and then I was gonna go back to Sturgis.
Whose car were you driving?
Of mine.
All right, well, now you're in a bind. You lost your car. It doesn't look like you can't not get a license. This doesn't suspend your driving privileges. It does put 2 points on it. You owe me $100, $75 crime victims' rights fee, $50 state minimum fee, $150 attorney fee. So that's even worse. It's $375. Plus you lost your car. Call this driving while poor. How much time will it take you to pay that?
I don't know, probably within the month.
Well, I usually do 30 days, but if you
Yeah.
need a payment plan, we can do that too.
I could do the 30 days.
All right, well, let's set this for, I'll give you more than 30 days. Let's set it for August 31. Pay by the end of next month. How'd you get here?
My mom.
All right, very good. What you should do is start the process to get your license. This plea offer from the prosecutor saved you a whole bunch of money, as bad as it is. And there was an accident, so you probably better get better at driving. All right, you can pay this with money, green money. You can pay it with a certified check or money order, or you pay it with a credit card online. If you have trouble and you don't have enough time and you need more time, contact the court. The goal is to get the fine paid, not to put you in jail.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, do you have any questions?
No,
All right, you're good to go. Don't drive till you get a license.
thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Truckee, you can stop in the back. See what else you've got for me. Mr. Knopfinger, let's take your case.
Yes, thank you.
He brought an interpreter with him, but we've got ours here, so thank you. What? She is? Since when? I didn't know that. When you say since a while, how long is it?
Since last year.
You never told me that before.
You did ask me.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Is Michelle nice to you when she's there?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Vivian, this is one of ours. This is Senor Victor Hernandez. The file number is 24861 SD.
Ok. Buenos días, señor.
sí.
Buenas tardes el día de hoy.
You did bring an interpreter with you, and we appreciate that, but this is our court interpreter we're going to use here today.
Usted trajo una persona bilingüe que le ayudó a interpretar el día de hoy, pero hoy vamos a utilizar la intérprete jurídica.
Her name is Vivian Montero,
Se llama Vivian Montero.
and I'm going to take a minute and swear her in as our interpreter.
Voy a tomar un momento y pedir que ella preste juramento como intérprete.
Ms. Montero, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to the best of your ability you will interpret these matters from Spanish into English and English into Spanish?
I do.
And would you state your name, please?
Vivian Montero, Court Interpreter 18369.
Give me a moment. Find this case. A lot of people today owe us money.
Muchas personas el día de hoy nos debe dinero.
I don't know whether you're on that list or not.
No sé si usted se encuentra en la lista o no.
Darn it. Senor Hernandez, you got a ticket on June 2nd
Señor Hernández, usted recibió una multa el 2 de junio
at 4 o'clock in the morning
a las 4 de la madrugada,
near White Pigeon.
cerca de en White Pigeon.
They charge you with operating while intoxicated,
El cargo que enfrenta es que conducir en estado de ebriedad.
sometimes called operating while, or sometimes just called drunk driving.
A veces lo llamamos manejar o conducir tomado.
In Michigan, that is a misdemeanor.
En el estado de Michigan,
I'm gonna skip a bit. It's too early for our brains to double. Where does the interpreter log out? That's when you know we're back to English.
This afternoon and or this morning. So 12. Is that future vestments?
No, it's the Mary Margaret is trustee of the Helen No Trust.
Yeah, Mary Margaret. Yes, no, we trust. It's set for 1:30.
130. Okay. Maybe I might put some of the updated information.
Now the pleadings say Jesse Meyer, M-E-Y-E-R, but I believe his name is Jesse Myers, M-E-Y-E-R-S.
I believe that's correct as well.
All right, we'll sort that out. Anyway, I apologize for making you wait. I'll see you at 1:30.
All right, thank you, Ernest.
Thank you. Okay, things should go a little faster. There's only so much that we can do at one time. And let's see how much we can do. I got up this morning thinking, let's see how much coal we can shovel today. I noticed you had your client wear MSU sweatshirt. Was that on purpose or he did that on his own?
Accidental, Your Honor. Well, not on my part, certainly intended on his part. I told him what a fan you were.
All right. Are you David Emmett Pratt Jr.?
Morning, Your Honor, yes.
Good morning. Thank you for your patience and everybody else as well. I have to shift into just non-interpreter mode. This is file number 24835 SD. Mr. Pratt, you're charged with operating while intoxicated. We've heard several of these this morning. Prosecutors agreed to reduce this to a charge of impaired driving. Impaired driving is a lesser included charge of operating while intoxicated, punishable by up to 93 days in jail and a fine of up to $300. It allows you to keep a restricted driver's license to drive back and forth to work, school, or other limited purposes.
This is why I have to. I love Judge Middleton, but I have to do 1.5 speed. I can't do normal.
Do you understand the charge?
I do, Your Honor.
Did anyone threaten you to get you to plead to this?
No, Your Honor.
I promise you?
No.
Mr. Felt had you execute the advice of rights, but let's just go through it here. Do you understand that if you do plead to this charge, this applies to everybody, you'll be giving up your right to have a trial in front of a judge or a jury. There will not be a trial. Do you understand?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
If you had a trial, you'd have the right to be represented by an attorney. You've retained Mr. Felt, which is fine with us. You could have also asked to have had an attorney appointed. If you had a trial, you'd have a right to have any of the witnesses for or against you subpoenaed to come to court so they could be questioned under oath. You would have the right to take the witness stand and testify on your own behalf. You don't have to because you have a right not to testify. And if you did not wish to testify, the judge or jury could not hold your silence against you. And you have the right to be presumed innocent if and until the state was able to prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Understand?
I understand how those rights.
All right,
Judge, if I may, just to be clear, I did go through those.
I'm sure you did,
With them earlier.
but I thought I'd take the benefit to tell everybody.
Yes, thank you.
here,
I
so
just need to
thank
let
you.
you have signed at the moment.
All right, fair enough. All right. Let's talk about what you were doing. 3:19 in the morning. I have someone that I know that says nothing good happens after midnight. My son's father-in-law on the other side, and sometimes he has two adages. Nothing good happens after midnight, and nothing good happens after shots. Both those are true. All right, you were driving a car very early in the morning, 3:19
Oh
on
my
May 11th.
God.
May 11th would have been a Friday night into a.
Honestly, never related to Judge Middleton more. One of the very reasons that I have to be sober is because when everybody else has like normal drinks, I had to have shots. In fact, I still make shots that have like a bit of a zing to them. I like that was one. I don't know why it's so fun and novel.
Into a Saturday morning. Jimmy Buffett says it's a fine line between Saturday night and Sunday morning. It's a fine line between Friday night and Saturday morning. Where were you going?
I was going home, Your Honor.
From where?
From the Eagles?
In Sturgis?
Yes.
Are they open that late?
No,
What are you drinking?
cocktails, gin and tonic. I left there. I fell asleep late because I hadn't had much sleep.
What was the blood alcohol, Mr. Phil?
0.12 here.
Well, that'll help too. What do you do, Mr. Pratt?
I'm a contractor.
Well, this will allow you to drive to and from and in the course of work. Mr. Felt, I think we can fit all this in on Monday, the 11th of August, at 8:30, 11 a.m. 11 a.m. on the 5th of August. I feel like President Biden.
You lost me again. Are we back on?
Yeah, I'm all over the place. August 5th
Thank you.
at 11.
Thank you.
That will be a busy morning. All right, I ask you to take this form out to the counter. 8524. All right, you're good to go.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, now I'm aware that some of the attorneys have got to be in different courts this morning. Mr. Truckee, what's your issue?
Patriot was at 10. Got a plea from Mr. Marshand.
All right, let's do that. Anybody else have to be somewhere immediately? 10, all right. Come on up. How about you, Mr. George? You're stuck with me for the rest of you. I do appreciate your patience. We used to be able to just walk upstairs to the next courtroom, but they've opened a new court campus in Three Rivers, and the family court is over there. Good morning, sir. You're Joshua Marshand.
Yes, sir.
You're here with your lawyer, Mr. Ross Truckee. Is that correct? All right, Mr. Marshand, let me pull your case up. In most courts, the judge has a clerk in the courtroom with them. And most judges have someone that runs the Zoom for them. Here, all we got is me, so I'm trying to keep all the plates spinning and hope for the best. Mr. Marshand, you got arrested for operating while intoxicated on February the 9th out in Sherman Township. The prosecutor has indicated they're going to reduce that to a charge of impaired driving. We just did one of those. Impaired driving is punishable by up to 93 days in jail and a fine of up to $300. Carries 4 points on your driving record. And it would allow you to keep a restricted driver's license to drive back and forth to work, school, or other limited purposes. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a valid license now?
Yes, sir.
And do you understand you're giving up the advice of rights that I just went through with you? Anybody threaten you to get you to plead to this? Promise you anything?
No.
Where were you going?
I was going home.
From where?
My pops,
From your boss?
my dad's.
Okay.
Amended.
Well, let's see if I can see anything about this. There's not a ticket, so I can't see when and where it was. What road? M66. Where are you coming from?
Amended. M66 pretty much.
Uh,
2356 Simpson Road.
Well, they list this as Sherman Township.
I was just coming up the big hill going in the Sturgis.
Okay, all right. What were you drinking?
Here.
What kind?
Budweiser.
Mr. Truckee, what was the blood alcohol here?
0.084 on blood test.
Let's see if I can sell that August 12th date.
You're on a swallow porcupine this morning or something.
I hate that.
A
How are you for
porcupine.
Monday, August 12th at 11?
Up your deal. If I make it that long.
Yes, we can only hope. All right, take this form out to the counter, and I will see you on August 12th. That's a Monday morning at 11 a.m. You'll come in first for the cleaning, the screening process, but that will be 8 documents here. Where do you work, sir? Where are you employed?
Unique truck accessories and Sturgis.
Okay. All right, you're good to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I saw Mr. Bush do a flyby here. All right, what have you got for me?
Mr. Terry Kelly, Judge.
I don't see Mr. Kelly.
Yes, Judge. Terry.
Oh, there he is.
Morning, Britta. Morning, Chini. So, yeah, YouTube didn't want anyone to see anything to do with me today. The first like 5 or so minutes, so when you open the back end, so that like when I open it so I can keep track of if my internet's okay, etc., then it generally shows that there's one person watching. That is me. And it said 0, and I was literally in the back end. So then I went on my other account to see if it's showing up. Wasn't showing that I was live. I don't know what the situation is. In fact, I still haven't gotten the notification. And I don't think I have any like strikes or anything naughty. Don't think there's any reason. But look at that, 24 minutes and the number of people watching jumps up. Nope, haven't done anything wrong as far as I can see. Also, I'm using this lunch break to put together a birthday list because it is, how many days? My birthday's on the 23rd, and I don't know what I want. So everybody always asks, so with my family, we do lists, and then like, I'll give my list to Vaughn, and Vaughn will distribute it to the peoples. But at the moment, I can't decide what I want. Because I also get a lot of stuff myself, which we couldn't do for many, many years. So I don't always fight the impulse. Yeah, I don't know what its deal is. I don't know why. Everyone's going to have to chat in like 1-word sentences to get the chat rate up. I'm joking. I think we can switch over to Oscar now. So what I've done this morning is I have sorted out a list of the days and who is testifying, so that I know kind of like, okay, if we skip this, then we can come back then and whatever. I hope Phoebe screaming isn't driving you insane. So we are going back to Friday, 7th of March. And there's a new witness.
Yes. So this the court, lady Leonard assesses. I call the witness Samantha Taylor. It's number 40, my lady, on the list of witnesses. Lady, may I just remind the court that she was one of the witnesses on your list of exclusions. I kindly request that the court make the same order as far as this witness is concerned.
In respect of this witness, I make the same order that I made with the others. No photographs or image of this witness may be televised or published in any form.
As a good business.
Your language of preference, no? Your language of preference?
English.
Your full names, please.
Samantha Taylor.
Samantha Taylor, my lady. Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No objection.
Do you consider the oath binding to your conscience?
Yes.
Do you swear that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing else but the truth?
Yes.
If that is the case, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Sworn in, my lady.
So help me God.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Yes, madam. Do you know the accused, Mr. Oscar Pistorius?
Yes, I do, my lady.
How do you know him?
I'm his ex-girlfriend.
You were in a relationship with him during what period?
We met each other in 2010. We started dating in 2011, my lady.
How old were you when you started dating?
I was 17 years old, my lady.
Where did you meet?
We briefly met at a rugby game in 2010.
And how did that develop into a relationship?
And thereafter, he added me on Facebook and we just started talking over social media.
Now, during the relationship, did you spend time at his house?
Yes, my lady.
If you were given average per week, how many days did you spend there?
About 4 days a week.
Now, you're familiar with the main bedroom of the house?
Yes, I am, my lady.
On the bed, if you stand in front of the bed, looking to the wall, on which side of the bed would he frequent? Where would he sleep?
He would sleep on the right-hand side of the bed if you're facing the wall.
Now, did you know that the accused owned a gun during your relationship?
Yes, my lady.
How did you know that?
He kept it on him all the time, my lady.
If you say he kept it on him all the time, what do you mean?
He carried it around with him.
If you would go to friends, what would he do? Would you visit the friends? Would he carry the gun?
Yes, he would, my lady.
Now, at night, do you know what he did with his firearm at night?
He placed his firearm next to his bedside, on the bedside table, or next to his legs on the floor.
Now, on which side of the bed would his legs be?
On the right-hand side where he slept.
No, madam. We were able to establish that the accused had 2 cell phones during the time of the incident. When you were in a relationship with the accused, how many cell phones did he have?
He had 2 cell phones, my lady.
Why?
He used one for work and one for personal work.
Did the accused use his cell phones a lot?
Yes, he did, my lady.
Now, would that include evenings?
Yes.
What would he do with his cell phones in the evening?
He often used his cell phone during the night.
To do what?
I don't know. I didn't look at what he was doing on his cell phone.
So one can use a cell phone to make voice calls. One can use a cell phone to write messages. If you say he would use his cell phone at night, would that be to make voice calls?
No, that would be to message people.
And the accused also had an iPad.
Yes, he did.
Did he use that frequently?
Yes, my lady.
Would that include nights?
Yes, my lady.
Now, it is the accused case that at the night he was anxious and he screamed. And it's his case of the incident, night of the incident, and it's his case, and he had it tested according to him, that if he screams and he's really anxious, he sounds like a woman.
That is not true. He sounds like a man.
Now, have you heard him scream?
Yes.
Once or more?
A few times, my lady.
But I think they would say that only when he's really anxious. When he screamed, did you see him being anxious?
I've seen him be very anxious.
And he would shout at women.
At myself.
And did it sound like the shouts or screams of a woman?
It sounded like a man, my lady.
Now, madam, there was an incident when you were with the accused at the Val.
Yes.
The Val River.
Yes.
What was the occasion?
Just pausing to show you guys what she looks like so that there's no spoilers. I have to scroll very carefully. So that is Samantha Taylor. Okay, back to normal.
The occasion.
We went to visit some friends at the Vaal River, my lady.
Now, who accompanied you there?
It was myself, Oscar, and Darren Fresco in one car, and Justin Devaris and Sam Gravenstein in another car.
And when you left that function, who were you with?
I was with Oscar and Darren Fresco.
Now, incident happened whilst you were traveling back from function you were at.
Yes.
What happened?
On the way home, we got stopped by the police because we were speeding. The policeman asked Oscar and Darren to step out of the car. Oscar left his gun on the seat of the car.
Just a moment.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
So Oscar had left his gun on the seat of the car, and when the police had a look, he saw the gun was on the seat, and he said to Oscar that the gun could not just be left on the seat there. So the policeman cocked the gun, and the bullets flew out of the gun into the car, and then Oscar got very angry, and eventually they gathered the bullets, they found all the bullets, and they put the gun back together, and we drove away.
Just before you go on, you said Oscar got very angry. How do you know that?
I was there.
What did he do?
He shouted at the policeman because he said that he was not allowed to touch his gun.
He said the policeman was not allowed to touch his gun.
Yes.
And during that time, Mr. Fresco, where was he?
Mr. Fresco had also stepped out of the car at the time.
He was present.
Yes, he was present.
Yeah, so what happened then?
After we left there, Oscar and Darren were pretty anxious and a little bit irritated with the policeman. And so they laughed and they said that they wanted to shoot a robot. And then Oscar shot.
Just to clarify before there's extreme amounts of confusion, we call traffic lights robots.
A bullet out the sunroof.
Okay, let us just spend time on what you're saying now.
Okay.
So you're driving in a car. Who's the driver of the vehicle?
Darren Fresco was driving at the time, my lady.
And the accused was sitting where?
In the passenger seat in the front.
And you were where?
I was in the back seat behind the accused.
So just tell the court what you saw, what happened.
Well, at that time?
At that time, yes.
So I was sitting in the back, and after they said they wanted to shoot a robot, about 2 minutes after, I saw Oscar take his gun and shoot out of the car roof.
Was there a sound?
A very, very loud sound.
What did he say?
They both laughed.
Did they discuss this at any time? Him and Fresco, or him with you?
Did they discuss it after the
shoot?
incident?
Yeah, after the shoot. After he shot through the roof, did they discuss that?
No, they didn't discuss it. They laughed.
Now, did he discuss it with you? The reasons why he shot through the roof?
No.
So now we have to tell the court. You said he shot through the roof. Was the roof damaged?
Oh, sorry. It was a sunroof, my lady. The sunroof was open.
And from the function at the vault, where did you go?
We went to sign gun papers at a friend of Oscar. I don't recall what area it was in.
And from there, where did you go?
From there, we went to dinner in Santon.
Now, can you recall where you were when Oscar fired, in terms of an area, in terms of roads and so forth, when Oscar fired the shot?
Unfortunately, I don't know the area well, so I can't state where exactly it was, but I remember it being after we got stopped by the police.
Now, just one last aspect. It's about screaming. You said that Oscar screamed at you.
Yes.
Was it one occasion or more?
On more occasions, my lady.
Were you present when he screamed and shouted at other people?
Yes, I was, my lady.
That would include who?
That would include my sister, my best friend, another friend of ours.
His name?
His best friend, Alex.
Alex.
Yeah.
And during those occasions, would you confuse the screams for that of a woman?
No.
Now, this relationship, how did it end? Now, finally end.
Finally, at the end.
Yeah, at the end.
He cheated on me with Reeva Steenkamp.
As a good please, my lady, I have nothing further.
I don't remember this.
Yes, Mr. Rowe?
Thank you, my lady. Stated, do you say that when he took Reeva Steenkamp out for the first time, that he was still in a relationship with you?
Yes, we were.
Well, unfortunately, I didn't want to do it, but I will come back later and make copies of emails between the two of you to show that it's not so. But let me ask you, before we go into that process, when did your relationship stop with him?
The first time or the second time?
First time, and then the second time. And if you can, speak up a little bit, please.
Okay. The first time our relationship ended was when he cheated on me with...
Just time, please. Just take your time, please. We'll just pause for a moment. I'll take a shot at it. I'll just wait outside.
Ethical piece.
Shoo-wee. That escalated quickly. And that break, they then go to break. So next video.
Yes,
Thank you, Monday.
I'm trying not to have spoilers, but essentially, I think the reason she's so shaken up is there were a lot of articles saying it could have been me. So I think it's a little like, it's scary, and also it's being broadcast everywhere, and she's probably being judged because she's testifying against one of our like national heroes. Like, I don't know if people outside of South Africa know how much we loved Oscar. And I cringe now, but yeah. Also, the reason I have that adulting thing across the bottom is because I don't want the logo of my old employer to be scrolling at the bottom.
Try to be as soft as possible. Ms. Taylor, it seems that every time you speak about him cheating on you, that you get emotionally upset. That would be correct?
Yes.
Is it not so that you sent him an email, oh, 2 emails, admitting to cheating on him and you apologized to him?
I have never admitted to cheating on Oscar. However, I have admitted in my emails my relationship with Quentin.
Could you repeat that? I could not hear.
I did not cheat on Oscar. There was an altercation with a man that I was seeing after we had ended our relationship the first time, which is on email, my lady.
Did you go with this man to Dubai?
Yes, I did, my lady.
Was there a relationship between you?
Between Quentin and I?
Yes.
There was a relationship.
And that was at the time when Mr. Pistorius was at the Olympic I think in London.
Yes, my lady.
You'd have to speak a little louder.
Sorry.
Mr. Pistorius is the one who drove the black BMW, and a car that followed him was a white Mercedes.
When was this, my lady?
Remember that I referred to incident when he was followed by a car? He was driving the black BMW, and the car behind him was a white Mercedes.
I'm sorry, I don't recall what you're talking about.
You remember I said there was a car following him, a white Mercedes, and you said you recalled it to be a black BMW.
No, I recall a black BMW following our car.
Yes. What I put to you, Taylor, is, and this is what Mr. Pistorius will say, he was in fact in a black BMW, and the car that followed him was a white Mercedes.
I don't know what you're talking about, my lady. I'm sorry, I don't know.
You remember a black car following? He said it was a white car, and he was in the black car.
Was this the incident at his security gate?
Well, he stopped at the security gate. He had phoned. Let me explain to you if it will help
Okay.
you. On the way, he phoned security to tell them about it. He jumped out of the car and moved away from the car.
I don't remember him phoning the security, my lady. I remember when we were driving down the road, he noticed that there was a car behind him following him. And when we stopped at the gate, he jumped out the car and went to the window, and they drove away.
He said he moved away from the car. He moved away from your car and that car. He had his firearm, and then the car drove away.
Sorry, I'm confused at the moment, my lady.
Can you? He says that he called the security to tell them there was a problem. He then jumped out of the car to move away from the car, to take them away from you, that they don't focus on you if it was him, but he did not go to their car.
He did go to the car.
He also says that there was one occasion that you were indeed with him when he had signed papers in respect of firearms, and that was in Pretoria. Can you remember that?
Was that at the restaurant?
No, he says it was only one occasion that you went with him in Pretoria. Can you remember if you were with him in Pretoria, where he signed papers for firearms.
I remember 2 occasions where he was looking at a firearm in Pretoria, where he signed those papers. I can't remember the location. I remember the house. I remember everything about the house and the dogs. I don't remember the location.
And he says that he did not fire a shot through the sunroof of a car, as you testified in your evidence. Says it did not happen.
I can clearly say that he shot through the sunroof of a car.
What you do not know, let's just understand it. You don't know where it was, the location, but that it was not too far from the Fall River.
It was on our journey from the Vaal River to signing his papers at his friend's house, to going for dinner for burgers. It was during that time. I can't recall the exact location where it happened.
Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions to this witness.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
As a court pleases, my lady. Madam, you never must the accused scream whilst his life was in danger. You said so. Is that correct? Just you have to.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
You said that you've never heard the accused, Mr. Pistorius, scream whilst his life was in danger.
No.
But whilst he was angry?
Whilst he was angry, yes.
How angry?
Extremely angry.
What do you mean with extremely angry?
He reenacted something that happened to me. So
He reenacted it, and during that, he shot.
yes.
Now, it's interesting that this black BMW incident is interesting. Let's get more detail. Tell us what happened.
On our way home one night, we were driving through with that long road by his house, Silver Lakes Road, I'm guessing.
Okay.
Okay.
On route to his house.
Yes, en route to his house. As we arrived at his house at the main gate, he noticed that someone had followed him and come behind him. So he jumped out of the car with his gun and put it to the window, and that car drove away.
Now, you saw him with his gun.
Yes.
The accused with his gun.
Yes.
And he put it to which window of that car?
I don't know. I was sitting in the car at the time, and I can just from where I was sitting, I turned and I could see that he had the gun. He put it to the window, and I can't recall which side.
So he went to the car.
Yes.
Okay. Now, on what I understand, he wanted the court to believe that he wanted to protect you. So he got out of the car, ran to the side. Did that ever happen?
No, my lady.
My lady, I'm going to ask questions, and if it amounts to new evidence, my lady, I apologize and ask permission to.
You would know beforehand whether it amounts to new evidence.
My lady, I expect an argument, and so I just want to make sure that if I ask the next questions.
No, you have to make up your mind. If you want.
It may be new evidence, may I leave that. I apologize that I haven't. I ask permission. If Mr. Roo wants to cross-examine, I won't have any.
Please, you may go ahead.
Yeah.
No, lady, I just want difficult, and of course, subject to the order. If it was withheld,
Pardon?
if it was withheld deliberately, it's very different. I'm not sure I get the impression that he knew about it, but chose not to ask it. And now after cross-examination wants to introduce it, then I have a difficulty, my lady. You can't do that. To wait for cross-examination, then it's in the second installment. So I want the state to tell the court that he did not deliberately hold it back, he forgot about it. And now it came out.
I'll do it gladly, my lady, because that's the truth. I forgot. I can do no better than that. I can apologize, and that's all I can do, but I forgot.
Yes.
And more so, I informed counsel before the time that I'm going to lead evidence on this specific issue. And when I did it, I forgot. As a good please. Madam?
You may proceed.
Thank you. Now, the accused version about the 14th of February is that he thought there was an intruder in the house.
Yes.
Now,
Okay, can you repeat that?
the accused version of the incident on the 14th of February 2013 is he thought there was an intruder in the house. Now, whilst you were there at his house, was there also an occasion when he thought that there were intruders in his house?
There was one occasion, must I explain?
Please tell it to Colorado.
There was one occasion where something hit the bathroom window, and Oscar woke me up and asked me if I had heard it. And I said it must have just been from the storm. There was a storm that night. And so he got up with his gun and he walked out of the room. And then I heard his friend Matthew at the time that was staying at his house with him. He also walked out the room, and I didn't hear what was going on outside, but I guess everything was fine after that.
But he woke you up?
Yes, he woke me up.
Is that the only occasion or were there other occasions?
There was probably one or two occasions where he woke me up to ask me if I had heard something, my lady.
Now, do you know of any occasion where he would tell you the next morning that he got up and he was looking for intruders without waking you up?
No, my lady.
Thank you, lady. That was the only point. Enough.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Rule?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay, on to the next.
Yes, thank
Okay, move the subtitles.
you. We can proceed. Thank you. Yes, Mr.
Thank you, my lady. You were busy answering.
Okay, so the first time Oscar and I ended our relationship.
Oh no, they put them in the wrong order. So now this is going to be the one that should have been first, then the 12-minute one.
Was because, well, he was on a London trip. He was in New York at the time.
You'd have to speak a little louder.
Sorry.
I missed the last word.
On his London trip, I think he was at New York that day. He had gone on a date with a lady called Anastasia. And that's when we ended our relationship the first time. The second time we ended our relationship was the 4th of November when he took Reeva to the sports awards.
I heard 4th of November. Didn't hear the year.
Sorry, my lady.
The year, 4th of November?
2012.
Thank you.
That he, at the time when he took Reeva to the sports award, he said, your evidence that the two of you were on that day still in a relationship.
We had not officially broken up at that time.
What does it mean that you have not officially broken up?
About a week before the sports awards, we were in Sun City and we had a couple problems. And over that week, there was a lot of commotion in our relationship. So we were still together, but we were having problems.
Can you remember sending him an email?
Yes, I remember my email very clearly.
Yes. And you still maintain, because we will get, if necessary, to that and other emails, do you still maintain that on the 4th of November 2012, you were in a relationship with Oscar Pistorius?
Yes.
Now, where did you live at the time when you had this relationship with Oscar Pistorius?
I was living in Johannesburg in Damefern, my lady.
And are you positive that you spent 4 nights a week with him?
Yes, I'm positive, my lady.
And can you tell us about the bedroom and specifically when the lights are off?
Yes, I can.
What is the visibility?
In the bedroom or the bathroom?
In the bedroom.
The bedroom, are you asking during the evening?
During the evening when the lights are off?
During the evening when the lights are off, it's fairly dark because it's night. Oscar used to keep his curtain open about that wide open because he used to train at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Do you say fairly dark or would you say it's very dark?
I guess it depends what evening it is, my lady.
Well, I'm just asking if you would ever have said to anyone that it would be very dark in that bedroom.
My lady, would he be referring to the bedroom or the bathroom?
I'm asking you about the bedroom.
The bedroom. If all the curtains were closed, then yes, it would be dark, my lady.
Very dark. Is that right? Very dark.
Well, dark.
Did you
There
see?
might have been some lights come in some nights.
Can you say what the positions were of the curtains that night of the incident?
Can I say what the
Yes.
position? I was not there that night of the incident, my lady.
Now, tell me about the screaming. What was the situation? Was it an unhappiness between you and him, and an unhappiness between him and some of your friends that caused the screaming?
On something specific or in
No, just
general?
if it was an unhappiness, or was his life threatened?
His life was not threatened then. He would scream out of anger, my lady.
So when you heard him screaming, it was out of anger, but not in situations where he perceived his life to be threatened.
No, my lady.
Is that a fair good statement that I make to you? When you
Yes.
said no, I think I understand what you mean. It means that you have not heard him screaming when he perceived his life to be threatened.
No, my lady.
We have a statement, one of disclosed by the state of Mr. Darren Fresco. And the only reason why I'm referring to that statement is to get a date when this alleged incident would have taken place. And I'm talking about a shot through the open sunroof. According to that statement, and see if it would accord with what you can remember, it was 30 September 2012. Would that make sense?
I think so, yes.
Would you mind, Mr. just to speak up a little bit?
Sorry, of course, yes.
And you spent time that day at the Vaal River, inter alia, with Mr. Pistorius and his friends like Darren Fresco, Justin Tavares, and Sam Gravenstein.
Yes, my lady.
Can you remember what time you left?
I don't have recollection of the time we left.
Would you remember if it was in the early afternoon, late afternoon, in the evening?
From what I can remember, it must have been late afternoon.
Can you remember where it was more or less that Mr. Fresco was pulled over by traffic?
My lady, I do not know that area, so I can't tell you more or less.
I understand from the information that it had that it was more or less in the vicinity of Grasmere on the highway. Would that ring a bell?
I don't know where Grasmere is.
Can you say if it was on a highway or in a suburban area?
I would not remember, my lady.
So you don't even know if you were traveling at that time on the highway or that you would maybe travel on roads in the inner city?
We were on our way home from the Vaal Dam, so it could have been a highway, it could have been a road, but I'm not sure, my lady.
And how long after being pulled over was this firing of the shot?
From what I remember, it was probably about 15 minutes after.
Where did you go from? Coming from the Vaal River, where did you go to?
We went to a friend of Oscar to sign papers for guns, my lady.
Where was that?
I don't know where the house was, but I can tell you what the house looks like, my lady.
Which area was that?
I don't know the area.
Was it in Pretoria?
I don't think it was in Pretoria, but as I stated, I don't know the area.
Was it in Sandton?
I don't know the area.
But sure, Mr. Taylor, you can at least say it was in the northern suburbs, the Sandton area, it was in the Pretoria area. Can you include or exclude any
It
of the
was in maybe a middle class area, perhaps close to the Vaal, my lady.
close to the, is your memory was still close to the?
Close to the Vaal area.
If you say the Vaal area, meaning where the river is?
Yes.
So it was not far from the river.
Well, we had, from the river, we'd probably traveled about 30 minutes before we got stopped. Thereafter, I reckon it was about 15 minutes, but I cannot say exact, my lady.
And you say that Mr. Fresco was driving the car?
Yes, my lady.
Why I ask you that the state amended that specific charge put to Mr. Pistorius from the traveling to driving that he was driving. So someone must have said to the state that Mr. Pistorius was driving the car at that time.
On the way to the Val, Mr. Pistorius drove the car, and on the way back from the Val, Darren Fresco drove the car, my lady.
I understand that. I've looked at the statement of Mr. Fresco, and so far as contains the truth. He says he was driving. So I'm trying to think who the other person would have been that would have told the state that Mr. Pistorius was driving, causing the state to amend the charge to amend the word traveling that he was driving.
I don't know what the question is being asked, my
So
lady.
you say he was definitely not driving at the time, Mr. Pistorius?
No, he wasn't, my lady.
My lady, with the utmost respect, perhaps we have different indictments. The one I have, the amended indictment, count 2 clearly reads, in that honor about 30 September 2010 and whilst travelling in a vehicle with other passengers on the public road district, did unlawfully discharge a firearm.
It was amended in the charges. A lady will find you the place. Ask Mr. Aldrich, drew my attention to this specific.
We'll have to, I'll also check on the record what I read out. As far as I know, I read out travelling.
May I find the place? Maybe you would remember, and I know it's the wrong record, but I made the first transcript available to you. The defense, the running transcript.
Unfortunately, I don't have it here.
Lady, I can help the state because they would have a copy. And it is, to help them, page 5, where he says, page 4, that there was an amendment to count 2. And he goes on, and he says in page 5, I will then read it again. In that honor about 30 September 2012 and whilst driving in a motor vehicle with other passengers. Now, if he means by that it was simply as a passenger, then I will accept it. If it means that Mr. Pistorius was driving, then there's a confusion. Incorrect.
There's no confusion. The only confusion could be mine that I read it wrong, but I've now checked the indictment and it reads travelling. I've never meant that Mr. Pistorius was driving the vehicle at all. If it's on the charge, on the indictment, I'll go through the process of having it amended. But I would clearly state that it's never been our intention to say that Mr. Pistorius was driving the vehicle when a shot was fired through it.
I accept that, my lady. It could have been when you used the word driving that was intended for a different purpose. I accept that. Taylor. So, and after going to fill in the papers, what happened then?
We went for dinner in Sandton, my lady.
Can you remember where in Sandton?
It was a burger place in, I think it's called Athol Square.
And from there?
And from there, we went back to Justin Devaris's house where Oscar's car was parked.
Do you know more or less what time it was by then?
No, I don't.
Was it early? Was it late? Was it in the evening?
That was the evening, my lady.
And you go to where Oscar's car was parked and then?
And then Oscar and I went home.
Did you sleep with him that night?
From what I remember, yes.
But you do remember going home with him?
Yes.
I don't mean that you physically act with him. I mean that you sleep over.
Yeah, no, no.
I'm sorry.
I remember going home with him. Whether I stayed at his house that night or whether he dropped me off at home, I don't remember. But I'm pretty sure that I went back home with him.
Is your memory of this event, is that good, Mrs. Taylor? Can you really remember this incident?
Yes, my lady.
And it would not be a case that he fired a shot out of anger. It was he was laughing.
Sorry?
It was not the case that he fired a shot out of anger. It rather seems that when he fired the shot, according to you, Mr. Fresco and Mr. Pistorius were laughing.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
You can answer.
After we left the policeman, Oscar was very angry at the time. Thereafter, they were joking around saying that they wanted to shoot a robot, and that's where they were laughing.
You would, for instance, never ever have said that he fired a shot because of anger. That could not be you.
Yes, that could have been me because he was angry at the police at the time, my lady.
Now, I'm talking about what precipitated the firing of the shot. If I listen to your evidence, we know he was angry after the incident of the policeman, according to your version. But then we know there's a next stage where they were joking, laughing when they fired a shot. So one thing we do know in your evidence as you sit there, that the shot was not fired out of anger, but they were joking.
The shots was fired because they were angry at the police, and they found it very funny to irritate the police, if that makes sense.
Now, how would they have irritated the police?
Because I remember it being shortly after we left the police.
I understand that. How would the firing of the shot have irritated the police?
I don't necessarily think that they were irritating the police. I think out of spite after being stopped, it was.
Now that was the 8th witness, Samantha Taylor, who was an ex-girlfriend of Oscar Pistorius, was provided the High Court in Pretoria with an account of how Pistorius allegedly fired a shot through the open sunroof.
Mr. Pistorius, according to your version, to fire the shot. The one can be because he's angry, the one can be because he's irritated, and the one can be because he's joking and laughing.
Maybe you should ask the accused.
I want to know about your observations, Ms. Taylor, because the accused does not admit this incident.
Well, from my observations, he was angry at the police after being stopped. Thereafter, when they wanted to fire a shot, they found it funny.
Before they fired the shot?
No, they fired the shot and then they laughed.
So he did not laugh before he fired the shot, he only laughed after firing the shot?
Yes.
You positive about that?
Yes, my lady.
So it was not a question, a situation that they laughed and said that they wanted to shoot it over. That would be wrong. They only laughed afterwards.
In a sense, it could be correct because how they went about it was, should we shoot the robot? Should we shoot out the roof? That is how it went down, so.
Ms. Taylor, let's get back to it. You can have different emotions. All I'm trying to find from you, what that emotion was that you observed before the firing of the shot. Now, you gave various versions, and I'm trying to find out which one must I rely on. Is it the one that he laughed before the shot? Is it the one that he laughed after the shot? Is it the one that he was angry? Or is it the one that it because of to irritate the cops?
So after we left the cops, he was angry. Before he fired the shot, he was obviously irritated from being stopped. He then joked around to fire a shot, and after he fired the shot, he laughed about it.
Now, Mr. Taylor, you say that you went somewhere for him to fill in papers relevant to a firearm. Then you went to Ethel to have dinner. And then you went home. He either dropped you off or you went to his house. Or did you go to his house and he may have dropped you off later?
No, he would have dropped me off at home, or we would have gone home together and stayed at his house.
But you are positive that from Mr. Tavares' house, the two of you lived together?
Yes.
That you know at least as a fact?
Yes, my lady. And
that helps you, when you look at the overall picture back, to remember to place this incident. That's one thing that you can rely on. How that evening, not ultimately stopped, but at least that you know you were together after leaving the place of Mr. Tavares.
Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
Very possible.
I'm pretty sure. I don't remember being fetched from Mr. Tavares, so Oscar must have dropped me off somewhere.
Well, is it must have? Because earlier, one thing I could understand from your evidence is that you were at least positive that the two of you left together.
Yes, I'm pretty sure that we left Justin's house together.
Can you really remember that day?
Can I remember the day?
The 30th of September.
Yes, I remember him shooting out the gun very, very clearly.
Do you know that Mr. Pistorius was playing the next day, the 1st of October, at St. Andrews in Scotland, on the 1st of October? Can you remember something like that?
I'm not aware of that. I do remember that both of our suitcases were in the back of the car.
You did not go with him.
I did not go with him, no.
I'm just trying to work out on your version that you leave together and him playing golf at St. Andrews the next day.
Okay.
Can you help us there?
Well, then he must have dropped me off at home when we left the house.
And be in time to fly overseas.
I don't know what you're asking.
Well, let's look at it again. Can you remember if Mr. Fresco was driving on that day fast, or was driving the average speed, or was driving slowly?
He was Mr. Fresco.
Yes, because you said he was the driver.
Yes, he was driving fast.
Do you know if it was very fast or just...
Very fast.
Was he stopped because of it?
Yes.
And what happened there?
As I stated, when he got stopped by police on the way home from the ball, the policeman asked him to get out of the car. Oscar had left his gun on the seat. The policeman cocked the gun because he said it was not allowed to be on the seat. And thereafter, they found the bullets, they put the gun back together, and we drove away.
And it was not too long after that that he fired a shot.
Yes.
Were you sitting behind Mr. Pistorius that day or behind Mr. Fresco?
Behind Mr. Pistorius.
Ma'am, I'm coming back to this. You're correct, and I'm going to the sleeping. You're correct that where he normally slept was on the right side.
Yes.
Do you know, if you know, that shortly before this incident, he was receiving treatment for his shoulder, that caused him to sleep on the left side of the bed because of the injury?
Before which?
Before the 13th, that evening of the 13th of February, shortly before.
I would not know about any of that.
Yes. The state would have all the photos. We have a photo with him with bandage, with a strap on his shoulder. The state made available WhatsApp messages where he was complaining about the shoulder. So what I put to you, although it is so that he generally slept on the right side, as you explained it, of the bed, that day of the 13th of February and the day before, he slept on the left side. Can you say anything about it?
I was not there that night, so I cannot say anything about that, my lady.
Do you know, and surely you should know this, that what Mr. Pistorius always did with his legs, he wanted them to be ventilated.
By meaning?
He wanted fresh air on them. He would put fans on them, or when he can put them outside, he would do that or near the door.
Not that I can recall, my lady.
You say you cannot recall. Do you say it's not so?
I don't think I saw him ventilating his legs, my lady.
You don't think, but you're not sure.
Yeah.
You're not sure.
I'm not sure.
Yes. And when he does not have the prosthesis on, or did not in your case, what was his mobility?
Sorry, please repeat.
Could he walk well without the prosthesis on?
Meaning on his stumps, my lady?
Yes.
He could walk on his stumps, but he often balanced against something.
So because he had the difficulty in balancing himself?
Yes.
He was a person very scared that he could be attacked. He was very conscious about it.
Is that a question?
Yes.
Not necessarily.
Why?
I mean, the fact that he carried a gun with him for safety reasons means that he was aware of what he could face, but I don't think he was scared.
If you remember, in April 2012, when you were pursued, the two of you, by a white C-Class Mercedes, and he had to jump out of the car near the security gate where he lived.
Yes, I do recall that,
What can
although
you recall?
I recall it being a black BMW.
But you can talk about it, maybe it's another incident as well. Tell me about the black BMW.
When we arrived at his estate, he jumped out of the car with his gun and held it to someone's window, and then they drove away.
There's a car following him.
Yes.
And both of you were very concerned, very scared.
He didn't seem very concerned, my lady.
Were you scared?
I didn't really seem too concerned either.
Were you not concerned that the car was following you?
No.
Didn't care about it at all?
I didn't feel like I was in fear, if
Why
that's
not?
what they're asking.
Why not?
I don't know.
The telephones, did he always take them to bed or most of the times?
And the cell phone.
The cell phones, man.
The cell, his work cell phone he would leave in the kitchen, my lady, and his personal cell phone he would take to bed with him.
Always?
Always.
Every time?
Every single night.
No. What Mr. Pistorius will say is most of the times he would do it, but not always. Sometimes the telephone would be in his bedroom, but not necessarily next to his bed.
No, I think he kept it next to his bed.
That's the interesting answer, I think. So there's uncertainty, otherwise you would have said as a fact.
If he went to the bathroom, he would take his phone with him to the bathroom. If he went out of the room to maybe the kitchen, he would take his cell phone with him. He kept his cell phone wherever he went. So if he was in bed, he had his cell phone with him in bed.
I'm talking about the previous answer when I asked you, and you say you think, which tells me in itself that although you believe that's what he always did, there's some uncertainty. It could not have been always. It is the general approach by him, but not an absolute rule. How else would you explain the think?
Well, he charged his phone next to his bed. So every night he needed to charge the phone, and that is where he charged it. So every night he had his phone next to his bed.
Yeah. So his phone needed charging every night. He never charged it during the day.
Sometimes in his car for 5 minutes.
Can you? Mr. Pistorius will say to the court where he kept his firearm at night would be if he's with not at his residence, he would put it with his legs, but at his house, he put it underneath his bed where he's sleeping, on the side that he's sleeping.
Mr. Pistorius never kept his firearm under his bed, my lady.
Never, or never when you were there?
Never when I was there.
Well, that's a dispute. He will come and give evidence about it and explain where he kept it. So he did not use his cell phone every night in bed.
He would use his cell phone at least 4 or 5 times in bed.
4 or 5 times a week. Is that
Well, no, in bed during the night.
every night?
Every night I stayed there, yes.
So it would every night, would often now become every night.
Yes. He used his, if we were in bed together, he would have used his phone during the night.
What do you mean? He would have used his phone.
Sorry?
Did he use his phone or would have used his phone?
He did use his phone, my lady.
If you tell a court that he often used his cell phone during the night, would that be incorrect? He did it every night.
Every night that I was in bed with him, my lady.
Why then, if that is correct, in your evidence in chief, you said he often used his cell phone during the night.
With the utmost respect, my lady, it's semantics. Every night is often. I mean, often is every night. So it includes every night. Does not exclude every night. So it's an unfair question, object.
Lady, that's a language lesson that I don't understand because it's not true.
Well,
Often is
I
the-
also have the same opinion with Mr. Nel.
Lady, often means
Often can mean
frequently.
5 times, 4 times.
I agree, my lady.
Yes.
I fully agree, but not every night. If you want to say every night, it's really easy to say that. If you say often, what you don't say is that it's every time. It means it's
Well,
frequent.
I would agree with you if you had asked, what do you mean by often?
Can I ask what language do you speak?
English
And often, what does it mean to you?
often means a lot of times, my lady.
I'm satisfied with that. A lot of times, not always, a lot of times. Is that correct?
Okay. Yes.
So what you said to the court, that he didn't do it always, but a lot of times he did it.
Every single night that I was in bed with him, he would have used his phone, my lady.
Any reason? I will argue that, don't worry, Taylor. Taylor, how did you feel about the breakup with Mr. Pistorius? Did you?
In November,
Well, the last time we have some dispute that we'll come back to when it was. But how did you feel the last time? How did you feel about the breakup?
I was upset, my lady.
You were upset with him. But you want a short adjournment?
We'll take another shot at that.
Please court, Lady Linda Tashas, I call the next witness, Mr. Peter Barber, is number 4, lady, on the list of witnesses.
Africa.
The witness may be sworn in.
Noteer, my lady. Wat is de volle naam van?
Peter Jacob Baba.
Peter Jacob Baba, dat is de witness's name. Het die enige waarom die afgeschreven iets afgeleid.
Nee.
De witness is now objection in teken de prescribed out. Bestel je dat als wandelend op je geweten?
Ja.
Als in die geval de sfeer die dat die getekend is, die gaan afleveren, die waarheid van die is, die hele waarheid. Nou staan er staat die waarheid niet. Steek je rechterhand op en zegt zo, ja, me goed. Zeg dat.
Ja, me goed.
Wat is song in my lady?
Thank you very much. Maybe seated with you.
Mr. Barber, you're a shift leader and a security guard, is that correct?
Deze moet dat shift leader naast secretarisbeambte niet.
Ja.
Yes.
And you do your duties at the Silverwood estate.
Is werkzaam bij Silverwood, landbouw.
Ja.
Yes.
How long have you been at the Silverwood estate?
Hoe lang is het wat hij bij Silverwood werkzaam is?
Omtrent 2 jaar nu.
For about 2 years now, my lady.
Now, how many guards do you have on a shift at Silverwoods?
Hoeveel wachten heeft hij per spof te Silverwood?
Ons is 5 van die aand.
3 of 5. Hoe ik het night? En?
5 van die dag.
And 5 during the day.
Now, you're the shift leader.
Easy layer van die spofte.
Ja.
Yes.
And the other 4, where would they be stationed?
En waar worden die andere 4 gestationeerd?
Ik heb die supervisor, die bakkerij. En dan heb ik mijn 1 patrol, ook het klokpatrol doen.
I was supervisor. 1 man who performs patrol duties.
1 wat samen met die werk, die hek werk.
And the other one who works with me the guide.
Die 1 wat binnenkant met die bicycle rondrijdt.
And the one who works inside the basics inside, my lady.
Let us just, the last one you spoke about, you said he's inside. What kind of transport does he use inside?
Wat type vervoer gebruik je diegene wat binnen die airweg?
Met die fiets.
A bicycle. A bike, my lady.
Yes, and?
En?
Dat is al.
Do you have somebody with a vehicle on patrol?
Is daar enige wat 'n voertuig gebruikt
Ja.
om hier te patrouilleren? Yes.
Is die super in die bakkie.
There's the supervisor who drives around in the bakkie.
Now, if somebody would arrive at the estate to visit one of the people that stay there, what procedure did you follow?
Stel ik jullie op, wat er procedure volgen jullie als iemand misschien iemand komt bezoeken? Bij die Silverhouse estate. Wat de procedure is dat wat jullie volgen?
Die eerste ding, als onze visitor het wat de inwoner bezoekt, dan gee die ou wat dit die voertuig schrijft met die adres waar die persoon gaan.
When a person comes to visit somebody who resides at the estate, there is somebody who takes down the particulars of the person's motor vehicle, as well as the name of the person this person came to visit. En wat nog?
Die persoon wat die voertuig bestuur gee vir die wag die bestuurslisensie.
And the driver of that particular motor vehicle is supposed to give the guard his driver's license.
En gee vir ons die eienaar se erfnommer.
And he's also supposed to give us the owner's stand number.
As hy nie weet die eienaar se erfnommer, dan gee ons die eienaar se naam en van.
And if that person doesn't know the owner's stand number, he's supposed to furnish us with the name of the owner as well as his surname.
Dan my werk, dan bel ek die kliënt.
Then my duty is to phone the client.
Is om die kliënt gee vir my toestemming.
You mean
Zodat
phone
die
this? Sorry,
besoeker
one
kan
minute.
ingaan.
You said phone the client, you mean?
Correct, my lady. As
Phone
you
the
said, the
owner.
client naar wie verwijs hij?
Die eienaar van die huis.
If I say the client, my lady, I'm referring to the owner of the house.
Thank you.
Dan moet ik, en wat moet die eigenaar doen?
Die eienaar gee my toestemming.
Then the owner must grant me permission
Zodat die besoeker kan ingaan.
to allow that visitor inside the premises, my lady.
Ek is dan die een wat vir die wag wat die besoeker geskryf het, toestemming gee om die hek oop te maak.
And I'm the one who's supposed to grant permission to the guard who wrote down the the motor vehicle's driver's particulars, permission to let that person drive into the premises.
As ons nie die eienaar in die hande kry nie,
And if we can't get hold of the owner,
dan word geen access toegelaat op die estate nie. Die besoeker moet teruggaan.
then no access will be gained inside the premises. Then the visitor will have to go back.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Barber. Can you still remember on the night of 13 February to 14 February 2013, who was on duty with you?
Meneer, onthou je nog op die dag van die 13e naar die 14e van februari 2013? Samen met wie was ik werkzaam?
Ja, ek kan onthou.
I still remember.
Please
Wie
tell
was
us.
het? Samen met wie heb je gewerkt?
Is Baba, is ek,
Baba, I'm referring to myself, my lady.
dis Maluleka,
En Maluleka,
dis Chauke,
Chauke,
Ndamande
Ndimande
en Mogoba.
en Mogoba.
Jacob Mogoba.
Jacob Mogoba.
The accused before court, Mr. Oscar Pistorius. Do you know him?
Meneer, ken je die bespraak gevoerd of meneer Oscar Pistorius?
Ja, ek ken vir meneer Pistorius.
Yes, I know Mr. Pistorius, my lady.
How do you know him?
Hoe ken je hem?
Ek ken vir meneer Pistorius. He's oral op TV sinds ek was nog baie jonk ook.
I know him as a person who's always been on TV since I was very young, my lady. He's a famous person.
But he had a house in the estate as well.
Maar weet ook hy is daar nie golwe gehad nie.
Ja, dis een van ons kliënte.
Yes, he's one of our clients.
The deceased in this matter, Reeva Steenkamp, did you know her?
Het jy die oorlede in die saak Reeva Steenkamp geken?
Ek leer ken vir Reeva deur meneer Pistorius.
I knew Reeva through Mr. Pistorius.
Now, on the evening of 13 February, you were on night duty.
Op die aand van die 13e van februari was hy op aandiens, nee.
Ja, dit was my laaste nag.
Yes, that was my last night.
And you were at the gate.
En u was by die hek?
Ja.
Yes.
Did
you see Reeva Steenkamp, the deceased in this matter, on that night?
Het die Reeva Steenkamp die oorlede in die saak op die betrokke aand gesien?
6 uur as hy inkom.
6 o'clock when she came in.
when she came in, was she alone or was she with somebody else?
Toe sy ingekom het, was sy alleen of was sy saam met iemand anders?
Do we know what time? 6 in the morning, in the evening?
Apologize, my lady. Mr. Barber, if you say 6 o'clock, was it in the morning or in the afternoon?
As sy sê 6 uur wanneer, van die oggend of van die aand? Namiddag.
Toe ons rapporteer aan diens,
When we reported for duty, my lady, en wanneer was het?
nagskof, sê sy.
For night shift,
Ja.
my lady.
Now, when she came in, was she alone or was she with somebody else?
Toe sy ingekom het, was sy alleen of was daar iemand by haar?
Sy was in die kar alleen.
She was alone inside the car.
Did you talk to her?
Het jy met haar gepraat?
Ja, ons het gepraat.
Yes, we spoke.
When she came in at 6 o'clock that night, did you phone to Mr. Pistorius' house or not?
Op die betrokke dag toe sy ingekom het ongeveer 6 uur, het jy meneer Pistorius sy huis gebel of nie?
Nee,
Nou,
Please tell the court why.
vertel jy af, hoekom nie?
my lady, Reeva was die dag al klaar daar.
My lady Reeva had been there during the day already.
So you just opened and she went in.
Ek maar net die hek oopgemaak toe hy sê aan.
As die inwoner se gaste die dag daar was, miskien soms kere dan het hulle iets vergeet, dan sê hulle kom nou terug sekuriteit. Ek gaan net gou winkel toe, ek gaan koop vir my sigarette of ek gaan koop gou koeldrank. Soos ek het gehoor het by die mense wat daar werk, sy het was goed in haar kar gehad toe sy uitgaan. So dat beteken
My lady say for instance if the owners was at had been there at the owner's place during the day, and maybe drive out of the premises, and it so happens that this person tend to have forgotten something, that person will inform the security officers about that. Then we will grant that person permission to go into the premises again. Like from what I learned from other people, it was alleged that Reeva had some laundry in her car during that day when she drove out of the premises
en sy het teruggekom later.
and she then came back at a later stage.
Now, Mr. Barber, did you see the accused arrive at the estate?
Het jy die was later aankom by die landbou gesien?
Oscar, meneer Pistorius het so 'n paar minute na Reeva aangekom.
Mr. Pistorius came in a few minutes late, a few minutes after Reeva came in, my lady.
Meneer Pistorius, ek het meneer Pistorius gegroet
I greeted Mr. Pistorius,
en meneer Pistorius was op die selfoon.
and by then he was on his cell phone, my lady.
Now, the access gate, do you close it at certain times during the night?
Die toegang hek, sluit julle dit soms in die aand?
Ja,
Yes.
At what time?
Hoe laat?
8 uur maak ons een kant toe.
8 o'clock, we close one side of the gate at 8 o'clock in the aand,
Ja, nie aan.
in the evening.
En dan 9 uur maak ons al die hekke toe.
And then at 9 o'clock, we close all the gates.
Mr. Barber, you know that this court case is about an incident that happened on that night. Is that
Wanneer
correct?
jy weer die hofsaak as ter sprake van die voorval wat op die betrokke aanplaas vind of nie?
Ja, my lady.
Hier is my lady.
So please tell the court what happened.
Sê die hof of vertel die hof wat die betrokke aanplaas vind het.
Ek was een van my manne wat op patrol was. Het kom rapporteer aan my dat my vrou van der Merwe, Dr. Stip,
One of my guards who were on patrol duties that night came to inform me that Mrs. van der Merwe,
Dr. Stip
Dr. Stip,
en meneer De Venter,
and Mr. Defender,
mevrou van der Merwe se motorhek was oop.
by then Mrs. van der Merwe's gate was open.
Dr. Stip, die boonste sliding door was oop.
Dr. Stip's top sliding door was open.
En 194 is die klein hekkie wat oop was.
And the 194, the small gate, was also open.
En dan ek het toe gaan besluit ek wil draai saam met hom loop sodat ek sommer die fence kyk of alles reg is ook binnekant.
I then decided to accompany this guard just to ascertain whether everything was in order as well as the small fence.
Die wag het saam met my geloop was Maluleka.
The guard who was in my company was Maluleka.
Hy was op klokpatrol saam met my.
He was on clock patrol with me. My lady, I'll put it just as the witness says it. Yeah.
Ek het toe gaan kry 194 se klein hekkie is oop.
I then went and found that 194 small gate was open.
193 Dr. Stap. Die sliding door was oop.
And at 193 by Dr. Stop's, his sliding door was open.
Hulle het nog nie geslaap teen daai tyd nie.
They were not yet sleeping by then.
Hulle het my gesê die sliding deur is oop omdat hulle warm kry.
They told me that their sliding door was open because they were feeling hot.
En 180 mevrou van der Merwe.
And at 180, at Mrs. van der Merwe,
se motorhek was oop.
her motorgate was open.
Ek het hulle toe SMS's gestuur van die site se selfoon.
I then sent them SMS's from the site's cell phone.
Toe beweeg ek aan met die sekuriteit die wag met die volle patrollie te loop dat ek die hele ander estate deur sien.
I then accompanied the other patrol guard in order to patrol the estate as a whole, my lady.
So Barbara, whilst we're talking about cell phones and phones, how would you make contact with the owners of the house?
As ons nou van selfone praat, hoe maak jy contact met die eienaar van die huis? Can I have some water, please?
Yeah, you're welcome to.
Sorry, my lady.
He apologizes, my lady.
Die eerste punt, ons het 'n selfoon, 'n site selfoon.
The first point is we have a cell phone,
En ons
which
het
we call the site cell phone,
en ons het 'n landlyn.
and we also have a landline.
Soms kere kry ons onderbrekings op die landlyn.
On some occasions, we encounter breaking transmissions on the landline.
Dan kan ons die site selfoon gebruik om die eienaars te bel.
Then we make use of the site cell phones in phoning the owners.
Alle eienaars, hulle het die site selfoonnommer
All the owners have the site cell phone numbers
en die landlynnommer.
as well as the landline number.
Good. Mr. Barber, you've now been on patrol with your guard, and what happened there?
Okay, is nou op patrouilledienste saam met die wag. En wat
Just
gebeur?
after that, yeah.
Wat het na dit gebeur?
Omtrent so voor 3 het ek teruggekom, so 5 voor 3 was ek nou terug by die hek.
About 5 to 3, I was already back at the gate.
En die een wag wat op 'n fietspatrol was,
And the one guard who was on bike duty,
die
duty patrol,
het by die hek aangekom. En die man sy naam. Het
came to the gate. His name is in demand, my lady.
rapporteer dat hy geweerskote gehoor het.
To report that he had rifle shots
Omtrent so past 3.
around past 3, my lady.
Yes.
Na 'n paar oomblikke het ek 2 oproepe ontvang van Dr. Stap
After a few moments, I received telephone calls from Dr. Stop
en meneer Klenketwa 287
as well as from Mr. Ntengetwa. By what number?
287
From number 287.
en hulle het my gerapporteer dat hulle gunskote hoor by hulle bure.
And they also made the report to me that they had gunshots from their neighbors.
Omdat ek nie weet watter bure hulle van praat nie,
Seeing that I didn't know which neighbors were they referring to,
het ek die man wat die bakkie ry geroep en gesê ek wil saam met hom gaan om uit te vind waar vanaf kom die gunskote.
I then called the man who was driving, the guard who was driving the buggy, my lady, and told him that I want to drive around with him just to go and find out where those gunshots were coming from.
Ek het ook die man vir in die man met die bicycle teruggestuur
I also sent and demanded the man with the bike back,
om seker te gaan maak waar kom die gunskote vandaan.
also to go and make sure as to where were those gunshots coming from.
Ek het met Jacobs wat die bakkie ry tot by 193 Dr. Stap se plek gery.
I drove with the man who was driving the buggy, what's his name?
Jacobs Mogoba.
Mr. Jacobs Magoba, up until we reached Dr. Stop's house at house number 193.
En Dr. Stap hulle buitekant op die balkonie gestaan.
And by then, Dr. Stop and them were standing outside on the balcony.
Dr. Stap het my die huis onmiddellik direk gewys in Oscar, meneer Pistorius.
At that stage, Dr. Stop pointed directly at Mr. Pistorius' house.
Op die oomblik, daar was van die rigting wat met Dr. Stap was het baie duidelik, want die lig van meneer Pistorius was aan, van agteraf.
Mr. Pistorius' house was directly visible from the direction where Dr. Stop was standing, and Mr. Pistorius' house lights were on.
So ek het onmiddellik tot daar gery.
So I immediately drove there.
En toe ek by 286 waar meneer Pistorius bly,
Upon arrival at house number 286 where Mr. Pistorius was residing,
het ek die oproep begin maak om na meneer Pistorius toe, van die site selfoon.
that's when I started making calls to Mr. Pistorius' house from the site cell phone.
Ek het toen met meneer Pistorius gepraat
I then spoke to Mr. Pistorius,
en meneer Pistorius het vir my gesê, security, everything is fine.
That's when Mr. Pistorius said to me, security, everything is fine, just as the witness says it, my lady, in English.
En ek het agtergekom meneer Pistorius huil
That's when I realized that Mr. Pistorius was crying.
en vir Jacob gesê alles is nie in orde soos meneer Pistorius vir my sê nie.
That's when I said to Jacobs, not everything was in order, as Mr. Pistorius was telling me.
Daar ek het toe probeer met meneer Pistorius gepraat
I then tried to speak to Mr.
sodat
Pistorius
hy kan
so that he can do what?
sodat hy kan afkom dat ek maak seker alles is reg.
So that he could come down, my lady, just to make so that I could make sure
And-
that everything was fine.
En die conversation het daar gedoen.
And that's where our conversation ended.
And what happened after that?
En wat er daarna of achterna?
Meneer Pistorius het my teruggebel. Ek weet nie seker hy wil my seker nie teruggebel het nie.
Het u teruggebel?
Hy het my teruggebel.
Mr. Pistorius called me back. En wat sê hy was nie seker nie?
Hy was nie seker. En, hy het nie
Maybe
my
he wasn't sure about calling me back.
Hy het net begin huil op die foon
He just started crying over the phone.
en die foon gaan weer af.
That's when the line went off again, my lady.
What happened then, sir?
En wat er daarna
Ek het
gebeur?
duidelik vir Jacob gesê alles is nie reg nie.
I told Jacob immediately that everything was not in
En
order.
hy het gehoor ek en meneer Pistorius se conversation en hy het daar in die bakkie gesit en gehoor hoe hy meneer Pistorius op die foon.
Because he could hear our conversation, the conversation between me and Mr. Pistorius as he was sitting inside the party.
Na 'n paar minute kom meneer Stander en sy dogter
After a few minutes, that's when Mr. Stander and his daughter came.
en die met 'n blou Mini Cooper.
Het hulle in 'n blou Mini Cooper gery.
Ja, hulle het in 'n
They
blou.
were driving in a blue Mini Cooper
En die kar so half parkeer in die middel van die straat.
and they parked the car halfway into the street.
En ek kan duidelik op hulle gesigte sien dat hulle weet iets het gebeur by meneer Pistorius se huis.
I could directly see from their faces that they knew exactly that something happened at Mr. Pistorius' house.
Meneer Stander het nie eens kans gekry om vir my te groet of vir my verduidelik wat gaan aan nie. Hulle het net uit die kar gespring.
Okay. Mr.
reguit.
Stander didn't even get the opportunity of explaining or telling me as to what happened or greet me. They just jumped out of the car
Reguit na die huis waar meneer Pistorius bly.
and went straight to Mr. Pistorius' house.
Ek en Jacob en in die mande het saam agter hulle twee gehardloop.
Jacob and Demande and myself then ran after them.
Soos ons na in die deur is, het meneer Pistorius, het ons gesien meneer Pistorius ons 5.
When we were about to reach the door, when we were near the door, that's when Mr. Pistorius saw the 5 of us.
Nee. Meneer Pistorius het afgekom met Reeva.
That's when Mr. Pistorius came down with Reeva.
What did you see? Tell us
Wat
what
het
you
julle gesien?
Ek het gesien meneer Pistorius kom af met Reeva.
I saw Mr. Pistorius coming down with Reeva.
My lady, ek het so groot geskrik
My lady, I was so shocked
dat ek nie vir 'n paar oomblikke kan gedink het
that I couldn't even think for a few moments
watter klere Oscar het aangetrek.
as to what clothing Mr. Oscar was wearing.
Ek het my bewussyn begin kry toe my juffrou Stander sê Oscar.
I started regaining consciousness when Mrs. Stander said, Oscar.
Ek was net geskok, maar ek het gesien Oscar kom af met Reeva.
I was shocked, my lady, but I could see Oscar coming down with Reeva.
Yep. If you say coming down with Reeva, how did you come down with?
As hy sê, hy het afgekom met Reeva. Hoe het hy met Reeva afgekom?
My lady, soos ek hier gesê het nou, ek het staar na Oscar.
My lady, as I said, I was staring at Oscar.
Te groot geskrik dat meneer Pistorius vir my gesê het alles is reg.
I was such a terrible fright up until Mr. Pistorius told me that everything was fine.
Dan kom kry ek hy kon gaan vir Reeva af.
Only to come and find him carrying Reeva down.
If you say carrying, how did he carry it?
As hy sê, dra, hoe het hy haar gedra?
Soos ek sê, my lady, ek het punte gemis soos hoe het hy vir Reeva gedra.
As I said, my lady, I missed some points as to how was he carrying Reeva.
Ek was te geskok.
I was too shocked.
Dat ek eers gerealiseer het as my juffrou Stander sê Oscar.
As I said, I started realizing as to what was happening when Mr. Stander said Oscar.
En sy het in die huis gegaan.
And she went inside the house.
Can I just interrupt a little? When you say coming down from where?
Ja, sy sê afkom van waar af?
Meneer Pistorius was my juffrou Reeva vanaf topvloer, en die boonste vloer afgedra.
From the top floor to the ground floor. He was carrying Reeva from the top to the ground.
And you saw him on the stairs?
Jy het hom daar op die trappies gesien.
Ja, my lady.
Yes, my lady.
Now, you said that somebody went into the house.
Hy sê iemand het binne die huis ingegaan.
Niemand het vir ons die deur oopgemaak nie. My juffrou Stander het net die deur oopgemaak en ingegaan.
No one opened the door for us. What transpired was that Mrs. Stander, she's the one who opened the door herself and went inside.
En meneer Stander het by die deur gestaan.
Who's that?
Meneer Stander.
And Mr. Stander was standing at the door.
My juffrou Stander se pa.
Mr. Stander's father. Mrs. Stander's father.
Dis nou waar ek wil besef het dat ek kry. Dit is nou waar ek besef het ek wil sien watter klere Oscar meneer Pistorius aan het.
And that's when I wanted to see what type of clothing was Mr. Pistorius wearing.
Dan meneer Stander stuur vir my om die polisie en die ambulans te gaan bel.
And that's when Mr. Stander sent me to go and call the police as well as the paramedics or the ambulance, as he says, my lady.
En Jacob Mogabe, die driver van die bakkie.
Jacob Mogabe, the driver of the bakkie.
Hy moet die polisie escort na die toneel toe.
Was supposed to escort the police to the scene of the incident.
Meneer Stander het aan de man gesê dat hy in die straat moet gaan staan en kyk al die karre moet nie daar by meneer Pistorius hy is parkeer nie.
And that's when Mr. Stander gave him the instructions to go and make sure that there are no cars that are being parked at Mr. Pistorius' house.
My lady, ek is daar weg en die polisie en die ambulans te gaan bel.
My lady, I then left to go and call the police as well as the paramedics.
En my lady, ek het net vergeet die kaptein se naam van Boskop, maar ek het met die kaptein van Boskop gepraat en hulle die adres gegee, maar ek het dit geskryf in my VD.
My lady, I just forgot the name of the captain I spoke to from Boskop, but I noted his name down in my occurrence book, and he's the person I spoke to.
En ek het die ambulans gebel.
And I also called the ambulance.
En ek het die kontrolekamer, die beheerkamer en die estate manager hulle almal gelaat weet.
And I also called the control room or office and even informed the owner of the estates.
The estate manager.
The estate manager.
You never went into that.
Ek het binne die huis ingegaan.
As dit voor meneer Stander, my lady, het voor ons in die deur gestaan.
My lady, Mr. Stander was standing in front of us at the door.
En het my opdragte gegee om die polisie en die ambulans te bel.
And you only gave me orders to go and call the police as well as the paramedics.
Nee, my lady, ek het nie in die huis gegaan.
No, my lady, I didn't go inside the house.
Were the lights on inside the house?
Was die ligte aan binne die huis?
Ja, my lady.
Yes.
I've nothing further, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Roo.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Baba. With the guards in general, and also that evening when you walk patrol, you have a guard track at certain points that you activate to show that you've in fact done the patrol.
Ja, dat is hier wat hulle die trekker noem van die kaarten wat daar patrolleer, nee, wat op zekere punten staan. Net om aan te duiden dat jullie wel gepatrouilleerd.
That's correct, my lady.
That is correct, my lady.
How does it work? What do you do with that guard track?
Hoe werkt het? Wat doen jullie daarmee?
My lady, dat gaan af na elke uur.
It goes off after every hour.
Voor meneer Oscar Pistorius huis.
In front of Mr. Pistorius' house.
Is daar 'n klokpunt.
There's a clocking point.
En hulle moet daar gaan klok elke uur.
And they are supposed to go and clock there every hour.
As hulle dit nie doen nie, dan wys die masjien fail patrol.
If they do not do that, then the machine will indicate
fail patrol.
Fail patrol. And put literally just says it in Afrikaans.
That it failed.
That it failed. Yes.
Now, the state made available to us the guard track points and the times, and just see if it accords with what you can remember.
Ja, maar hoe sê alles van die guard check punten en
And maybe it would be helpful if the state would assist to just make that document available, that I can show it to you. Really not to waste time, I'll read it in the meantime, and if you would allow me to do. I see that, and I'm talking now the morning, Mr. Baba, of the early morning of the 14th of February 2013, whilst I'm looking for the document.
Ja, ik zei in de vroege uren van die ochtend, nee, op de 14e van februari.
There was a guard track at point 2.
Daar was een guard track op punt 2, nee.
Bushwell 188.
Ja, Bushwell 188.
Can you remember that?
Onthou je dat?
There it is.
Of wil je hier zien?
Dis nie klop.
Dat is iets? There's the guard track. Hier.
Is that the guard track at
Is dat?
close to Mr. Pistorius' house? Next to it?
Nou, meneer Pistorius huis, nee.
Ja.
Yes.
It's right next to his stand.
Dat is net daar langs de erf, nee.
Is that right, Mr. Baba?
Is dat recht, meneer Baba?
That's correct, my lady.
That is correct, my lady. Je moet mondelings behandelen zodat uw stem kan opgenomen worden.
Well, lady, if you would allow me, it may inconvenience the court. We only have the one document, but it's just to get times. I will make the document available to the court, a copy. It will only deal with the times. I will come back to this document again.
Okay.
I will first in general deal, and for the details, I will of course make sure that you have a copy, my lady.
Yes, there's no objection to this, Mr. Nell?
No, not at all.
Thank you. Yes,
Thank you, my
please.
lady. Mr. Baba, would you go to, just to help you, points 86.
I've just put a poll up because we know he's going to go over this a bajillion times, and I don't know if any of that is actually interesting because we get the story, and Pistorius is going to be on the stand for, I think I counted like 5 days.
Please?
To 94. 95. We'll come back to it later. I want you to look at it, then I want to put something to you.
Ja, ik wil net iets aan die stel, nee. Okay.
At 2:20 that morning,
Ja, om 2:20 die ochtend,
the guard track there in the immediate vicinity of Mr. Pistorius' house was activated.
die guard track langs meneer Pistorius huis was activeer, nee.
Ja, my lady.
Yes, my lady.
And that was at the time, if I look at the statements, that you were with Mr. Maluleka.
En dus op die stadium, als je naar die vertarings kijkt, was die tijd die samen met meneer Maluleka geweest, nee.
Ja, my lady.
Yes, my lady.
And if I look at the statements, well, I have to look at Mr. Maluleka's statement, that there was no noise or no disturbance at that time.
En ik zei als je naar meneer Maluleka's vertaring kijkt, als hij, daar was geen geraas of enige frustreer hier op dat stadium niet, nee.
My lady, toe ons daar voorbij loop, was alles normaal.
Your worship, when we went past that place, everything was normal.
As I understand Mr. Maluleka's statement, and maybe you can tell me if it's true or not, is that the garage, the outside light was on, but not the inside light.
Hij zei als je naar meneer Maluleka's vertaring kijkt, zei hij die buitenkantse motorhuislig was aan, nee.
Alles is normaal geweest zoals bij meneer Oscar zei, elke aan.
Everything was normal, as it's always the situation at Mr. Pistorius' house every night.
And as you walked in all these houses, there are a number of guard tracks in the vicinity of Mr. Pistorius' house, down down the road as will be indicated on this guard track.
En soos julle weer al die perseel stap as aan kaartreeks by min of meer huise van meneer Pistorius se huis af nie.
You would see there's different points there.
Daar's verskillende punte.
As you walk past that.
As jy verby daar stap.
Dat ek net gesien, my lady, laat ek net gewoon naar die erwe sien.
Let me just check the stains, my lady.
Is net 3 erwe.
Only 3 stains.
Met meneer Pistorius is included.
With Mr. Pistorius' house included.
Yes. That you say that was close to, where the guard track was close to.
Wat na die guard track gewees het.
Mr. Pistorius' house.
Die erwe wat ek na verwys, moet verby meneer Pistorius is gepatrolleer word, sodat julle kan sien. Die ander 2 erwe.
And if you can look at that guard track list, what time was that when you...
I didn't hear the answer.
I'm sorry, my lady. If I could just...
Sorry, my lady.
Sorry.
Ek sê die erwe waarvan ek verwys.
The stands I refer to
is 162
is 162
en 153.
As well as 153.
Is dieselfde straat aan die voorkant van meneer Pistorius.
It's in the same street, but on the front portion of Mr. Pistorius' house.
Dis in Wildwood Way.
And that's in Wildwood Way.
Dis in die voorkant van om na hulle erwe toe te gaan, na die erwe waar ek verwys, my lady.
That's on the front portion, my lady. And in order to can reach those stands I'm referring to,
ons moet meneer Pistorius verbyloop.
we have to go past Mr. Pistorius' stand.
So that was after 2:20 now.
And that was na 2:20.
Ja.
Yes.
And everything was still as before, normal,
And
quiet.
alles was normaal, still.
Alles het normaal voorgekom.
Everything seemed to be normal, my lady.
The telephone number, and I'm just thinking if there would be something significant about the security telephone number. The telephone number of the security, the cell number ends with 37.
Hulle sê die daai telefoonnommer van die securities beëindig met 37 nie.
My lady, ons selnommer kan ek nie uit my kopie.
My lady, I don't know our cell site number by heart.
Kan dit nie onthou.
Yes,
And I can't remember it.
we have it in statements. It's
Maar
not
hulle
the
het dit in
same.
die verklarings volgens my roep.
Now, what we have is we have a document as well that we will come back to that would give the calls made to the landline of the security.
Hulle sê hulle soek aan besit van 'n dokument
From
wat
the
aandui
estate.
van die oproepe wat hulle op die landlynnommer gedoen het na die sekuriteitsbeamptes.
And what I want to say to you, and see if it accords with your memory, I'll give you the exact times, but insofar as it accords, you can tell the court. If you tell me it cannot be, then you can tell the court.
And
Is that Mr. Dr. Stip? On the
is okay of het hy gesê
Okay, this is a warning. So the poll was skipped 66%. This is a warning. They're going to be talking about autopsy results. I'm going to be writing, but if there's anything, if you tag me, I'll see it on my, I've got my phone in front of me with chat open. I'll see it there if I have to skip or anything. I'm just going to be listening though. And if you need to work, I will ping you. I'll say like 20 minutes and then we stretch.
Before we start with the proceedings, there is an order that I need to grant. I've briefly set out reasons for the order so that everyone should understand why I'm granting the order. On Friday, 7 March 2014, there was a request for a variation of my court order granted last week in respect of witnesses who had objected to being filmed and having their photographs or images published in the media. The objections had been brought in terms of paragraph 5.11 of Judge President Mlambo's order handed down on 25 February 2014. Immediately after I granted the order, it became clear that there was some concern from the print media that my order had gone further than the order of Judge Mlambo in restricting the media. In bracket C, paragraph 5.10, in this regard, close bracket. Hence, the meeting in my chambers with counsel of all parties involved. Counsel for the print media submitted that the order of this court prohibiting the taking of still photographs of objecting witnesses, not only while the witnesses are giving evidence, but for the duration of the trial, is unheard of. He based this submission on the fact that normally photographs of witnesses are taken and published without any restrictions once the witnesses have been excused by the court. That may be so. However, we are here not dealing with a normal situation. We are dealing with a case that has attracted huge public and media interest. In my view, it is precisely because of this very reason that a cautious approach has to be adopted. Of course, the main question always is, what is in the public interest? The objecting witnesses have inter alia pointed out that their televised evidence may well cause them to be recognized by multitudes of people as, I quote, having given evidence in the Pistorius trial, close quote, and then having to deal with the public perceptions of that whilst attempting to lead normal lives. In my view, this applies to still photographs as well. There is no reason why the print media should be treated differently as being recognized on film or from a still photograph have the same effect. Before the trial began, the possibility of the objecting witnesses having to deal with the public perceptions as set out above may have seemed remote. However, since the trial began, it was brought to my attention that two of the witnesses had their integrity attacked in the social media after they had given evidence and after they had been photographed while leaving this court. These are witnesses who inter alia specifically stated in their written objections that they hold dear the inviolability of their private family lives. In the same way that this court has a duty to protect press freedom and freedom of expression, it also has a duty to respect the dignity and privacy of witnesses who have taken the trouble to come and give their evidence. This court also has a duty to protect those witnesses where it is possible to do so. If the protection offered by prohibiting filming or publishing of photographs while the witness is giving evidence is not adequate, then that protection must be reviewed and extended to cover a situation which was obviously not envisaged before this trial began. Junior counsel for the state stated that the duty of the state towards its witnesses does not end the minute the witnesses step out of the witness box. That duty continues until the trial is over. She distinguished between what she referred to as private witnesses and public figures. Excuse me. She suggested that the prohibition to filming and publishing of photographs of objecting private witnesses should be in place until the end of the trial. I agree with that suggestion, as I am of the view that private witnesses are more vulnerable than public figures. I'm also of the view that it would be in the interest of justice to make this distinction clear in the order. Before I grant the order, I wish to thank all counsel in this matter, including counsel representing the media, for their cooperation and assistance. The order that I shall grant will clarify the order that I gave last week and also very slightly. In the result, this court's order of 4 March 2014 is varied to the following extent. 1, in respect of an objecting witness who is a public figure, 1.1, the print media is prohibited from publishing any photographs of such a witness, irrespective of the source of the photograph, for the duration of that witness's evidence. 1.2, once an objecting witness who is a public figure has finished giving evidence and has been excused by this court, the ordinary rules applicable to the publication of photographs of witnesses in criminal trials apply, namely that photographs of witnesses that have been lawfully obtained may be published in the print media. 1.3, the order in 1.2 above does not permit the publication of photographs of objecting witnesses which are taken while they are giving evidence. Paragraph 2, in respect of an objecting witness who is not a public figure, in brackets, a private witness, close bracket. 2.1, the print media is prohibited from publishing any photograph of such a witness, irrespective of the source of the photograph, for the duration of the trial. Paragraph 3, this order incorporates an undertaken by the print media, which reads thus: 3.1, that the 2 pool cameras will remain stationary in court at all times, including during breaks when the court is not in session. 3.2, the pool cameras will at all times during court sessions and outside of court sessions respect the personal space of any person in court. 3.3, the print media will delegate a candidate attorney from Willem de Klerk attorneys to be present in court every day to ensure that the pool cameras stick to the rules and to act as a point of contact person for complaints from either the state or the defense teams.
As a good piece.
Court pleases, my lady.
Thank you. The witness is still under oath.
Hier is nog steeds onder u om die waarheid te praten, nee. Yes, my lady.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Baba, good morning.
Ik zeg moeder. Morning, say.
On Friday,
Met dokter stap.
in from the top,
15.
the police and the
Mr. Stander.
Casting the testimony.
Freedom of expression. Thank you, my lady.
Die richting waarvan ik beheer. Zie je dat?
It's
Dank u.
You may be excused.
Maar afstaan. Thanks, my lady.
Okay, so it sounds like now the lawyers for the media are going to speak. I was just skipping through the security because the poll came back to skip.
May it please the court, my lady, learned assessors, I call Professor Gert Simon. Lady, it's perhaps opportune before the witness is sworn in to bring an application as far as the evidence of this witness is concerned. Unlike the other witnesses, my lady, it's not so much the visual and photographs of this particular witness, but more the content of his evidence. My lady, we have, before the trial started, approached the Deputy Judge President as far as the witness is concerned, and our concern then was that nothing that he refers to in terms of photographs should be published anyway. But this goes further. Professor Simon himself spoke to me this morning. He would like to address the court to indicate that he has an ethical issue that he would want to raise about the evidence he's about to give. My lady, he will give evidence in graphic detail about the post-mortem on the deceased. I will take the court's leave for the professor to speak for himself. I just indicate how I understand it. My lady, the professor will give evidence, and he feels that due to the explicit and graphic nature of the injuries and what he found, that should not be sent into the whole world. It's not, my lady, as I understand it, a question of press freedom or freedom of expression, but more as far as the respect and dignity of the body of the deceased is concerned, my lady, the rights of the family and friends of the deceased. My lady, I've had opportunity to discuss this with Mr. Ruby early this morning. They support this application by the state. that this witness will give his evidence. But as far as people in court is concerned, obviously we won't clear the court, but that does not, his audio of his evidence and or video of his features is not a problem, but the audio of his evidence not be sent into the whole wide world for everybody to hear. My lady, may I, with respect, I have been informed, may I just read him? Yes. That the media would like to make submissions in this regard, counsel on behalf of the media, so we will have to give them opportunity to address the court. May I, my lady, I apologize, my junior got all the notes from the media. They have briefed counsel, he's on his way. I've alerted them this morning that we might bring this application. Perhaps we should wait for them to be here before we allow the professor to address the court so that they can also.
Yes. How much time do they need before they're here?
They have not given me an indication. They said, they informed me, my lady, that he's on his way. It's very difficult for me to.
Lady, I may say for my pennyworth that Mr. Nell in fact discussed it and that we fully support the application and the views by the Professor Simon and Mr. Nell. We don't believe that the public interest should be more important in this case than what we know the evidence would be. We just don't believe it should be on audio, and my understanding of the court order by our Judge President is that you retained a discretion, and we believe that you should exercise that discretion. But again, the media person is not, the counsel for media is not present in court, but that's our views.
Thank you. Mr. Nell, what do you suggest we do in the meantime while waiting?
My lady, may I ask that we stand down? I have another witness available. I will just have to make sure that the witness is ready and that we perhaps carry on. My lady, but in the nature of this case and the nature of the order given, I would really like to finalize the evidence of Professor Simon today. May we approach you or through your clerk as far as the time frame is concerned, and if we're ready to proceed, I'll do my utmost, my lady, not to waste court time.
The first of these, listed or paraphrase any person.
Sorry, I was trying to find the starting point.
I speak of any person who may be vulnerable to this kind of information if they were not timelessly warned thereof. And so I think in time such information could and probably would be made available, but then hopefully it would have been filtered or paraphrased to some extent, and people would be given the opportunity to disengage or not to listen thereto if they so choose. My lady, there are 4 fundamental principles of biomedical ethics which guide me as a medical practitioner. The first of these is that I should do no harm. First, do no harm. Number 2, always try to do good. Number 3, respect for the autonomy of the patient or my client. I should do that which I believe the client wants or would have wanted or the patient would have wanted. And lastly would be the concept of distributive justice. So I submit that on the basis of these 3 good reasons and 4 biomedical ethical principles, I would object to the live contemporaneous streaming of this evidence, but I do accept that ultimately some of this testimony may be made public as long as it is done in a controlled and responsible manner. Thank you, my lady.
I have addressed the court, and that's in our application, lady. I'm sure Mr. Ferreira, on behalf of the media, would address you on certain other aspects.
Yes, just before I ask you, Mr. Ferreira, Mr. Roux, anything?
That's addressing my name.
Yes.
I believe, with respect, that we should first hear Mr. Ferreira so that I'm given an opportunity to respond to his submissions in due course.
Yes.
As a court, please.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Ferreira.
My lady, I'm indebted to the court and to my colleagues for adjourning in order to allow me to get here. I do appreciate it. I submit that adjournment was appropriate in the light of the fact that this is an extremely groundbreaking case insofar as the issue of media access goes. And it's important that these issues be carefully considered, and that the principles which are established here are principles which will guide other courts in future. And so it's in that light that we make the submissions that I make on behalf of the broadcast media today. Milady, my clients accept at the outset that this is a highly unusual trial. There are, firstly, unprecedented levels of public and media attention to this trial, and that renders it an unusual trial in many respects. We accept that there are legitimate concerns about some of the contents of some of the evidence which may be led by the witness in issue. And we accept that the role of the media is to inform and to educate the public and not to sensationalize details which may be objectionable to the family of the deceased and to other persons. And we accept all of that at the outset, lady. In light of that, the broadcast media has a particular proposal to make in order to deal with this objection. And that is this. Firstly, milady, it has always been the position that no exhibits which are to be led by prosecution or defense are to be broadcast. And that remains the position in respect of this witness. So none of the photographs or any of the other exhibits which may be led by this witness would have been broadcast or will be broadcast, no matter what this court orders insofar as this witness's evidence is concerned. Secondly, milady, the broadcast media propose that there be no live broadcast, either of audio or of audio-visual images while this witness is giving evidence. In other words, that the live feed from this court be cut for the duration of this witness's evidence. Rather than a live feed, we propose that the broadcast media be permitted to record the evidence, and after the evidence has been led, that a summarized version of this witness's evidence, to the extent that any of that evidence may permissibly be broadcast, be compiled by the broadcast media, and they're happy to do so in cooperation with the witness himself, in cooperation with the legal teams for the defense and the prosecution, in order to ensure, and even with your ladyship, should your ladyship be so inclined, to ensure that none of the evidence which is ultimately broadcast at a later stage is of such a nature that it raises the issues of sensitivity that the witness has raised. And of course, the broadcast media would subject themselves to the consent of the parties on that score. So, milady, it may be at the end of that process that there's very little of this witness's evidence which may permissibly be broadcast. It may only be, for example, that part of his evidence where he introduces his credentials as an expert witness, and the rest may be objectionable and therefore cannot be broadcast on any basis. But it may be that there are some aspects of the evidence, once it has been led, which are not objectionable, do not raise these sensitivities, and that witness, that evidence could permissibly be broadcast after the fact in the summarized version. So, milady, we submit on behalf of the media that that approach accommodates all of the concerns which have been raised by the witness. It accommodates any possibility of infringement of dignity of the deceased or of any kind of trial-related prejudice that may accrue as a result of the broadcast. And moreover, it has the advantage of being a far less restrictive approach insofar as the media's right to freedom of expression is concerned and insofar as the principle of open justice is concerned. Because it's an approach which says, we do not ban in advance everything that this witness might say because we don't know what he might say. It might be that some of his evidence is perfectly benign, doesn't raise any concern at all. If so, there's no good reason to limit the rights of freedom of expression or the principle of open justice insofar as that evidence is concerned. But it appropriately strikes the balance between the sensitivities which have been raised by the witness and those important principles of freedom of expression and the principle of open justice. So, milady, we submit that is a sensible compromise proposal from the broadcast media. It's a proposal which properly balances the very real and important elements of access to this trial by the public at large with the sensitivities which have been raised. And we submit that is an approach which this court would be well within its rights to order in its discretion. Those are our submissions.
Thank you very much.
May it please my lady and learned assessors. What Mr. Ferreira in fact does is he says, well, there's a way in which we can counter that which may prove harmful in the circumstances. However, my lady, what he does say is there's a way for us to deal with this by compiling that which we will find to be appropriate in the circumstances with reference to what the public should hear or see and what they shouldn't hear and shouldn't see. But he doesn't propose how we'll arrive at that solution. Is he going to suggest that that agreement be reached between the parties involved, including himself, or does he say that we will seek your ladyship's guidance in that regard and an order be made whether that is in fact appropriate, if and when the parties have arrived at an agreement as to what should be broadcast? We say this with respect, and I find support for my submission having heard the evidence of Professor Simon. What about the dignity of the deceased? What about the dignity of the deceased's family? There is no reference to that by Mr. Ferreira, save and except the solution that he proposes, which I say is not a solution, because ultimately we don't know how that will be sanctioned before you. I find support for my submission at paragraph 7 of His Lordship Justice President Mlambu's order, and it reads as follows. Notwithstanding the above, the presiding judge shall retain the discretion to direct that, in the event that it becomes apparent that the presence of the cameras or the recording and or transmitting and or broadcasting is impeding a particular witness's right to privacy, dignity, and or the accused's right to a fair trial, MultiChoice and Prime Media will be directed to cease recording and or transmitting and or broadcasting the testimony. My lady, it's just as well that I find support for my submission in the evidence of Professor Simon, who aptly demonstrates one thing that perhaps we shouldn't have or we haven't taken into account appropriately, and that is the rights and dignity of the deceased and her family. Now, we've also heard from Professor Simon that the evidence that he's about to give will in much detail deal with the graphic nature of injuries and or the wounds sustained by the deceased. What was the objective sought to be achieved by the application by the media for the broadcasting of these proceedings? I can surmise that the primary argument must have been to allow for freedom of expression, but certainly encapsulated in that right must also be a duty for the courts to educate the body politic. And by giving an appropriate order in these circumstances will certainly achieve that objective of educating the public at large as to the conduct of these proceedings. It is indeed so, my lady, that the order goes further, and it makes it very apparent, albeit not with reference to the specific expert evidence of Professor Simon, certain other witnesses who may wish to object to the televising of their evidence, whether video or audio, and that those objections should be taken into account. I submit with respect that the evidence of Professor Simon must make it apparent that there is good reason why he makes the objection that he does. It is to protect that dignity. When he refers to his patient, ultimately, her dignity. We cannot simply choose to ignore the dignity of the deceased and her family by allowing the graphic nature of that proposed evidence to be broadcast without limitation. I make the submission without limitation, and I come back to my very earlier submission. How does one police that, and how do you enforce it without an appropriate sanction from the courts? We would be lost. There was a suggestion made that that agreement be reached by mutual consent between the parties, and that your ladyship then be approached in chambers. I'm opposed to that approach, because that's not what these proceedings are about. We are here to deal with matters as they fall before you. And that is the reason why I say, with respect, my lady, if one has regard to what Professor Simon has already testified about, it can hardly be in the public interest to have this kind of evidence broadcast, unless there is a meaningful solution found to the problem, which there isn't at present. Then I submit that at this point in time, the objection by Professor Simon should enjoy preference, and that any form of broadcast of his evidence, particularly by virtue of what he has stated, the nature of the evidence will be, not be broadcast. My lady, those are my submissions on behalf of my client. There is, of course, one particular aspect, and that is when Mr. Ferreira addressed you, he didn't address you insofar as other media is concerned. Now, I'm certainly no expert in the field, but I think, for instance, of Twitter. What are we going to do about that kind of media? There is no solution proposed at present, and unless there is a solution before you, I believe that we should certainly uphold the objection raised by Professor Simon. As your ladyship please.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Nell.
But Mr. Good, my lady, says, it seems that we're all in agreement, my lady, that the court will prohibit broadcasting of this evidence, real-time broadcasting. I don't think that is an issue. And our argument is that it's to protect the integrity of the deceased, the rights of family and friends, and as the professor testified, unsuspecting members of society. My lady, again, I have to agree with Mr. Aldridge in that the compromise suggested by Mr. Ferreira is just very difficult to think how that will work in practice, how that is practically viable. Maybe just say from the outset, this is not an application to have the evidence heard in camera, not at all. We don't want the court cleared. We don't want reporters removed from court. We don't say that reporters are not allowed to report on the evidence of the witness. That's not what we say. That would be too wide. What we're saying is that the professor's evidence should not be broadcast live. The professor is comfortable, and in his evidence, he indicated that if there's paraphrasing of his evidence or reporting, the responsibility and decision to report on it lies with the journalist, media houses, and not with the witness itself. Lady, so as far as the practicality is concerned of enforcing a compromise, lady, if there's an order that nothing will be published, if there's a recording or a package made up and presented to the parties involved and the witness, and there's no objection whatsoever, I think that could be fair. But I don't foresee it, my lady. In terms, I know what this witness evidence will be, and so does the defense. Where I have to agree with Mr. Ferreira, it might be that it's when this witness indicates his profession, his experience, and that kind of evidence. But if that is enough, well, lady, that's enough. So if there's a compromise order made, I would respectfully suggest that there will be no broadcast until the court, after having heard the parties, allows the broadcast. If there's a package, and the package is made available to all the parties, and we indicate to court that we satisfy, that only then should it be allowed, if there's a compromise.
Who would compile this package?
That will be the media. That will be the media. They'll compile it. They will indicate that this is our compromise. We would like this to be broadcast. Not now, delayed. A delayed broadcast. This is what we would like to broadcast. I foresee a possibility that we'll argue again. But, my lady, just to get, and forgive me, just to get the show on the road, my lady, that we should perhaps have, if there's a compromise, strict conditions to the compromise. And we'll be happy with that. Our first argument is no broadcast whatsoever. There are media in court. They will report on it. They'll paraphrase it. But, my lady, where I have to agree with Mr. Aldridge is also multimedia. We have Twitter, my lady, and Twitter is multimedia where the verbatim as the professor will testify will be broadcast out in the, that if we prohibit radio and television from carrying the evidence of this professor, that it should be fair to all, across all media, and that would include. And
what about print media? Would that include print media as well?
Print media, paraphrase, they're allowed to report on it. We don't see that we can stop that, lady. That the print media would summarize and the evidence, and that the professor, what he doesn't want, lady, with the utmost respect, is that
how do we know the print media would summarize?
My lady, we have to believe that they're responsible to do that. Our main argument still remains that nothing should be published. That's our main argument. If there's a compromise, my lady, that the compromise should be dealt in a very strict manner. My lady, we haven't, when we brought this application, indicated that we would want no reporting on this witness's evidence. We think that even we would say that is too wide. Just to seek an order that there will be no reporting on this witness's evidence. Responsible reporting, my lady, that is filtered, paraphrased, summarized, and not the words of our witness. We don't have a problem with. Except, my lady, real-time broadcasting we do. But we're in such a difficult situation because we don't only have this court, we also have an overflow court. So everything that happens here, my lady, simultaneously happen in the court next door. So the order will also have to deal with what is allowed in the overflow court. My lady.
Well, the overflow court, as far as I'm concerned, is an extension of this court.
Yes. But
so whatever is applicable in this court is also applicable in the overflow.
Indeed, my lady. As long as we deal with that. Is there anything else that the court will want me to address it on?
Let's just hear Mr. Ferreira. Thank you very much, Mr. Nell.
My lady, just to clarify on the practicalities point which has been raised, we don't anticipate any great difficulty insofar as practicality is concerned. The way it would work is the broadcast media would prepare an attenuated package, which would be what their editors consider to be the permissible evidence that could be broadcast in the light of the objections which have been raised. Make that package available to both defense and prosecution. And if the defense or prosecution have any objections, they simply have to relay those to the broadcast media, and those portions will be struck out too. It's a very simple process.
I just want to get this straight. In other words, Professor Simon will give evidence, but that evidence will not be broadcast.
Yes.
Only later will the media sit down and say, this is what we want broadcast, and the state as well as the defense will look at it and say, well, we don't agree or we do agree.
Yes.
Is that what you suggest?
Exactly that. Probably tonight, the editors will sit and they will compile a summarized version of what the evidence has been, provide that to state and defense. And if there's any objections, we don't anticipate any further court applications on this evidence, milady. We will simply abide by any objections which are made in respect of particular evidence, provided they're reasonable. Of course, we wouldn't accept an objection to the professor explaining that he is a professor or that he was qualified at such and such university. There could be no basis for limiting the broadcast of that kind of evidence. But provided there's some basis for objecting, the broadcast media would simply cut that out of what is to be broadcast, and nothing would be broadcast until that consent is obtained. So it's all a post hoc mechanism.
And what about the other media?
Milady, I must point out I'm in a slightly difficult position because I'm briefed only on behalf of the broadcast media today. But I may make submissions on behalf of the other journalists who are here in court at the level of law, perhaps, which is simply this, milady. As I understand it, there hasn't been an application that this evidence be heard in camera.
Yes.
Our criminal law provides for very strictly defined circumstances where evidence may be heard in camera. It's cases of child victims, victims of sexual assault, those kinds of cases. Also, my submission at the level of law would be that if your ladyship were to give an order which were, for example, to clear the court of media or to prohibit certain kinds of reporting by the print media or the electronic media in these circumstances, that would be utterly unprecedented. It would be a severe restriction of the rights of freedom of expression and the principle of open justice. And it would mean, in effect, that this aspect of this trial would be heard entirely in secret and with no access by any member of the public effectively to what is being said in respect of this evidence. And I submit, milady...
No, I hear you. I just want to know what you think the solution might be.
Milady, in my submission, the solution is that the compromise that I put forward insofar as live broadcast is concerned, so there'll be no live broadcasting. Insofar as the print media is concerned, newspapers are entitled to report on this as they are in respect of any other evidence in any other criminal trial. Mm-hmm. And, milady, my submission would be that insofar as tweeting from the courtroom goes, that is an issue for your ladyship's discretion, but I don't believe that there's been any sufficient basis put up for your ladyship to restrict the use of Twitter from the courtroom as yet. But, milady, if I could say one thing on behalf of all of the media clients who I've acted for in the past week or so, it is absolutely imperative that whatever your ladyship orders, it be done in the clearest possible terms, so that journalists know if they are not permitted to be live tweeting from this courtroom or from the overflow courtroom, that they are not permitted to do so, or what they are permitted to do, milady, exactly the parameters of what your order is should be utterly clear to them. Because I don't want to be standing before your ladyship again and rushing through the traffic to Pretoria tomorrow morning to try and answer a contempt of court application because members of the media haven't understood exactly what is required of them in terms of your ladyship's order. So I do make that request in addition to the legal submissions which I've made.
Thank you very much.
Milady, just finally, my learned friend for the accused has submitted that the media has had no regard for or has not mentioned the dignity of the deceased. That could not be further from the truth. It is exactly because of the broadcast media's concern that the dignity of the deceased be protected that it has proposed this balancing mechanism which will allow for a summarized version of evidence which does not impact on the deceased's dignity or the sensitivities of her family, while at the same time minimally limiting freedom of expression. So, milady, the suggestion that the dignity of the deceased is far from the broadcast media's mind is with respect simply not correct.
Thank you. Yes, any reply from the defense side?
My lady, if I may be permitted a final word, and I say this with respect, it permits of no doubt whatsoever. If regard is had to what Mr. Ferreira has submitted would happen when a deadlock is reached in circumstances where there is no consensus between the parties, he doesn't offer a solution to that problem yet again. So let's assume for one moment that there is a deadlock and the parties cannot agree as to what particular content should be broadcasted and what should not. Because we're all individuals, we all think differently. What if it is the case for the accused, or perhaps even the state, that they find that certain content which the media houses find appropriate to broadcast is not, in their view, appropriate. What do we then do? Embark upon further litigation to determine whether in fact that broadcasting may take place or not? So I reiterate, whilst he's had a second bite at the cherry, he certainly hasn't offered a solution to that problem. And of course, reality must dictate that that problem certainly may arise in circumstances where the defense or the prosecution may be of the view that certain content should not be broadcast and the media houses are not in agreement. Then there is a deadlock, and there is no solution to that deadlock. I submit with respect, my lady, that there is a solution to this problem, and that is simply an order, as sought by Professor Simon, that his evidence not be broadcast. If it is indeed what Mr. Ferreira wants to do at a later stage, to seek permission for that broadcast to take place, then he must take it further. Because we don't want a further occurrence where these proceedings are interrupted and delayed. That certainly is not in the interests of justice. As my lady pleases.
Thank you very much.
Lady, just a final word of clarification. I'm sorry, I must not have been clear, but if there is a deadlock, there will be no broadcast. That is as simple as that. What the broadcast media tender is that if there is an objection from either one of the prosecution or the defense to any particular aspect of evidence, that evidence will be cut from what is ultimately to be broadcast. So there's no possibility for a deadlock. It in effect gives a veto to the prosecution and to the defense in respect of the content of that summarized version. So there's no deadlock or stalemate to contemplate.
Thank you. You don't want to say anything else, Mr. Lee?
Nothing, thank you.
Lady, if I may make a final submission that may be of assistance to the court. Your ladyship need not determine this aspect on your ladyship's feet, as it were, because
I wasn't going to do that.
Yes, because of the tender to delay, your ladyship can give an order overnight or tomorrow, which will allow there'll be no broadcast of the evidence which is currently to be led. So there's no need to give an order, a final order immediately.
Yes. Do I understand that as of now I can give the order that there shall be no broadcast of the evidence of Mr. Simon?
That's correct, lady.
I can do that.
That is correct. No live broadcast of either audio or television.
Yes. That applies to Twitter. I hope I'm making that very clear. And then I'll give my well, it is final, but I'll think about the other portion of your argument and give my ruling tomorrow morning.
As good, please.
Thank you very much.
As good, please.
I promised yesterday I'd give an order, my order today, my final order. I will allow the package as suggested by Mr. Ferreira. He will show it to the defense and the state, and then we can take it from there. Secondly, someone was kind enough to give me more information about blogging and tweeting. As a result of that, in respect of this witness, blogging and tweeting is allowed. Thank you.
As good, please.
As good, please, my lady.
You still under
Thing that had happened. Thing that had happened. So now the bullet is ejected. What happened? Then in the interim, his license, his firearm license, had been given to the Metro police officer,
to which he asked him a question.
I just want to explain quickly. So that last one would have been the autopsy. I will try to find the news piece that went out to fill us in, but now we're on forensics. Just get this guy's name. And I think it's Gert Seyman.
Mr. Pretorius. And he said, well, actually, if you could read it, it would state Mr. Pistorius.
What happened to the bullet?
Eventually, I had gone around to the side of the car, and after trying to move the seat, moving it forwards and backwards, eventually I did find the single bullet.
What did you do with it?
I had then given that bullet back to the accused.
You know what he did with it?
I think he had put it back in his magazine of the weapon. I did not see him do that, but from what I can imagine, he would have put the bullet back in his magazine.
But you did not see it?
No, I didn't. The lady.
So what happened then?
Shortly thereafter, another set of Metro officers arrived on the scene and said, "We've been chasing you since the toll plaza."
I didn't hear that.
Shortly thereafter, another set of Metro police had arrived and said, "We've been chasing you since the toll plaza, my lady."
Yes, and then?
Shortly thereafter, after having been issued with a speeding fine, we had then proceeded to leave the place of the fine.
What was the accused's reaction to what happened when you left?
He was furious about that. Someone else had touched his gun.
And from there, where did you go?
From there, we had proceeded to go to a house regarding something to do with a firearm.
Whose firearm?
One of Oscar's firearms. Either pertaining to a license or an actual gun. I'm not exactly sure about that.
And from that particular house, where did you go?
From that house, we had then gone towards it's the Ethel Square. We landed up at the Gourmet Garage for dinner, my lady.
Something else happened en route?
Yes, it did, my lady.
What happened?
I was driving. The accused was in the passenger seat. Sam Taylor was in the back of the car. And then without prior warning, he shot out the sunroof.
What happened?
Instinctively, I had literally just moved over to the right-hand side of the vehicle, seeing that the noise had gone off above my left ear, my lady.
How do you know that he shot out of the sunroof?
Once I'd flinched over to the right-hand side of the vehicle, having ducked down, I had seen the weapon being brought back in through the sunroof.
Did you say anything?
Apologies for my language, my lady, but I asked him if he was fucking mad.
What did he say?
He just laughed, my lady. By that stage, it literally felt as if my ear was bleeding. I had a constant ringing in my left ear.
Did you inquire from him why? What was he doing after the shot was fired?
He just laughed about what had just happened.
Did you discuss this incident with him at all?
No, after that, basically, we just carried on driving.
Now, you were able to point out to the police the specific spot where this happened. Were you?
From what I remember from what I remember thereof, yes, I did.
There's a file in front of you, Mr. Fresco. That file. Would you open that file at HI? It's a little blue label. If you opened the first photograph in that little album, it's 1143, am I right?
Correct.
You can also see it on the screen if you want to. Does that look familiar?
It does, my lady.
Can you point out whereabouts this happened? Let us just describe that report. The way we look down, there's a traffic light.
Yes, now heading through the traffic lights, going towards the direction of the arrow, heading towards Johannesburg, my lady.
And one can see a white car being parked there.
Correct, my lady.
Do you know who that is?
That would be Mike van Aert and myself standing next to the vehicle, my lady.
So the white car just parked the other side of the traffic light that you and Captain van Aert is what is indicated by that specific, that area there.
That would be the road carrying on straight towards the Johannesburg direction.
And where was the shot fired?
Out the sunroof, traveling in that direction.
If you just turn the page to 1144, that's a close-up of the white car, am I right?
Yes, my lady.
And can you recognize yourself there?
Yes, sir, I can.
There are two people there, the one on the right, that's you.
Yes, my lady.
And the intention with that day is to indicate to the captain where the shot was fired through the sunroof.
Correct, my lady.
And if you turn the page 1145, that's not important, but 1146, that's just a wider angle photograph of where it happened. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Fresco, that's not the only shooting incident that you've been involved in as far as the accused in this matter is concerned. There's another one as well.
Correct, my lady.
That was where?
That was in January of last year.
And where did this happen?
This had happened in Tashas in Melrose Arch, my lady.
Mr. Fresco, in that same file you have, if you open it, the yellow marker marked G, it's one back, you'll find a file consisting of photographs. Now, you say it happened at Tashas. Why did you go to Tashas on that particular day?
One of the accused running friends or running training partners had arrived from overseas and he said he would like me to come and meet him.
And that person was?
Martin Rooney, my lady.
Now, who was in your company on that particular day in Tashas?
There were 4 of us that day. There was Martin Rooney, the accused, Kevin Lorena, and myself.
Did you go there in the same car or did you arrive there at different times?
I had arrived on my own because I'd been at work that day.
It's not in dispute, Mr. Fresco, but let's just run through the photograph. If you open the first photograph, 1132, that is a photograph of Tashas restaurant. Can you confirm that?
The outside section, yes, I can.
And the same with 1133.
Correct, my lady, just from a different angle.
If you open at 1134, does that look familiar?
It does indeed. That would be the table that we were sitting at.
Is the one indicated with a red arrow?
Correct. It's in the furthermost corner towards the back right. It depends which way you're looking at it. Backside of the restaurant.
And photograph 1135 would also indicate the table, just from a different view. Am I right?
Correct, my lady.
If one uses photograph 1135, no, there's a better photograph. Let us go to 1137. That's a table from a different angle.
Correct, my lady.
Now, 1138. Using the numbers, could you indicate who sat where?
I can. At number 1, Mr. Pistorius was sitting at. Number 3, Mr. Rooney. Number 2, Mr. Lorena. And number 4, myself, my lady.
Now, what happened there at Tashas?
The accused had please asked me to pass my firearm to him.
Let us first identify your firearm.
It is a Glock 27, my lady.
Glock Glock?
Yes, sir.
Glock 27. Caliber?
It's a 40 caliber weapon.
So, why did he ask you a firearm?
I do not know.
What happened after he asked?
I thought him being competent, I would not have to worry about why he had asked me to see my gun. Shortly, within a second or so, I had taken the weapon out from my carry position and passed it to him under the table. Now, if you have a look at the table itself, where I was sitting at position 4 and he was sitting at position 1, when you sit on those couches, you sit quite far back. So when I had passed the weapon to him, having sat forward from where I was, he had then come towards me to meet me theoretically halfway, my lady.
You said you thought he was competent. How would you think that?
We had been to the shooting range before, and I knew he had a big love for weapons. And having been around him for a long time, my assumption was that he had competency with it.
Please carry on, Mr. Fresco. You said you took it out of your carry position and to lean forward.
Having met halfway, my lady, at the table, while the gun still, as soon as his hands had touched the weapon, whilst leaning forward, I said to him, "There is one up."
Now, your head positions at that time in relation to you and the accused, how would you describe that?
Fairly close at that specific time, my lady.
What then happened?
He had then taken the weapon under the table. Now, having warned that there was one up, at no time did I say, okay, I've taken the magazine out. Now, having obviously still been watching him, I cannot say I saw what was done under the table because I cannot see through tables, but I'd seen a shoulder gesture, which I had assumed was cycling the existing bullet out of the chamber.
We will need expert evidence on it, but the firearm as you passed it to the accused.
Yes, sir.
Being one up, being a Glock, what do you need to do for it to fire?
My lady, on that weapon, there is no specific safety clip, as there is no hammer on the weapon. On the specific trigger itself, in the middle, there's a hairline trigger that you have to decompress and then pull through for the weapon to fire.
Oh. Please carry on. You've now passed the firearm to him. You did not have time to say anything about the magazine. You saw shoulder movement. What happened then?
After him having taken the weapon and having cycled one out, what I don't think he had realized at the time that he had cycled another bullet into the chamber of the gun. And at that specific moment, he had pulled the trigger to, at the time, supposedly make it safe.
What happened?
Almost instantly, my lady, the most deafening hush you've ever heard had fallen over the...
You said he pulled the trigger. Did a shot go off or whatever?
Yes, my lady, a shot had gone off. None of us had known where the shot had gone off, or where the bullet had projected to.
I interrupted you when you said something about a silence. What happened just after the shot was fired?
As soon as that had happened, I think the four of us had caught an extremely big fright, and I just said, just carry on as if nothing has happened. Because where we were seated in the restaurant is the furthermost corner toward the back of the restaurant, and behind the wall closest to number 1 and 2 in the picture is the kitchen. I think it's safe to say that some people in the restaurant may have thought it could have been a gas explosion coming from the kitchen. I'm no expert, but that's what I could have thought about.
Okay, so what was the accused's reaction?
Instantly, I passed the weapon back to me under the table, and he said, please, there's too much media hype around me at the moment. Please, can you take the rap for us?
What happened next?
Being a friend, I said, I would with pleasure, my lady.
Then what happened?
Shortly thereafter, the sounds in the restaurant returned back to normal, as basically as if nothing had happened.
Yes, and then?
Then the owner's wife had come to me and said, what just happened? To which I had replied, I'm really sorry, my gun had gone off unintentionally.
Did the accused say anything when she was there?
Not at that time, no.
Did somebody else approach your table?
A little while after that, the owner had come to our table.
What happened?
And I said again, I just repeatedly apologized for what had just happened, my lady.
Did you give an explanation what happened?
I just said my gun had fallen out of my shorts, and it had gone off.
Did the accused give an explanation?
No, he did not.
Now, what happened after that?
A little while after the owner had come and gone, shortly thereafter we had paid the bill, and we had all decided to leave.
Now, do you know if somebody was injured during this discharge of a firearm?
It was most probably shrapnel from either tile or from the bullet itself that had nicked Kevin Lorena.
Where?
It was either on his shin or on his foot.
Did you see it?
I didn't see anything happen specifically, but there were a couple of traces of blood.
You saw the blood?
Yes, I did. And we had basically just said, put your foot down, don't bring any attention to the situation at the moment, my lady.
Did you discuss this incident with the accused afterwards?
From what I can remember, this was never brought up again.
Did you pay for the damage?
I had offered to the owners, specifically stating that because it was my fault, I would be happy to reimburse whatever the costs may have been for the damage caused.
Thank you, my lady. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Ru.
Mr. Fresco, looking at your statement, and we will get to it, I get the distinct impression that you were assisted by an attorney at the time.
I had gone to meet with an attorney at the time.
Who was the attorney?
Mr. Manuwitz was the advocate, and Mr. Cliff Alexander at the time.
And they assisted you then in making your statement.
To specifically make sure that I wasn't going to be,
Can you speak up a little bit, please, Mr. Fresco?
specifically to make sure that I wasn't going to put myself in any line of trouble, I'd gone to seek legal advice, my lady.
It was specifically to make sure that you don't put yourself in trouble.
Correct.
In what trouble would that have been?
I was not the one that had done anything wrong, just to specifically make sure.
Statement with all the facts.
From what I can remember at that time, yes, my lady, that's what I'd gone to do.
So what you could remember at the time, you shared with the attorney and the advocate.
Yes, my lady.
And your statement was then settled and you were satisfied with it.
At that time, yes, my lady.
Now,
it was the truth that I had given.
I'm sorry, you added?
It was the truth that I had given at the time, my lady.
What was the truth?
The affidavit or my statement.
It would, of course, have been easy because you know it was an affidavit that would be used in the present trial against Mr. Pistorius.
Could you repeat that, please?
You knew it was an affidavit to be used in the trial against Mr. Pistorius.
Yes, I did.
And one thing would have been easy, that if Mr. Pistorius had asked you to take the blame for the shot going off, it was easy to put that in your statement.
Correct.
Did you?
I did not.
Why did you not?
I do not know why I did not, but what I had done is I had told in one of the other meetings, I had said I had brought that up to them.
Mr. Fresco, you go to an attorney, you go to an advocate, and you tell them the truth. You want to protect yourself. And I think it's just fair to say that you would share all the bad and the good facts with them to make sure that you can get your protection.
Yes, my lady.
And we know now that part is not in your statement.
Correct, my lady.
And the reason for that?
I can't give you a reason for that.
You did not deliberately withhold that.
No, I did not.
Did not remember it at the time.
Something that I had not thought about at the time, my lady.
Because they went through the whole incident with you in your statement, and notwithstanding that fact, you did not think about it.
I had not at the time, no.
What you did think about was that you apologized to the owner's wife for the incident.
Correct, and once we had left, we had apologized again.
And what you did think about is that you also apologized to the husband.
Correct. Whilst leaving, the accused had also apologized, and then we had left.
What did he say?
I'm sorry.
And how did you apologize to the owner's wife? By saying what to her?
I'm sorry, the gun had gone off unintentionally.
Why did you not tell her that it fell out of your pocket?
All I had done was I had said I apologize because the gun had gone off unintentionally. Seeing that it was not me that had discharged the weapon, I had not come to think of a reason to explain why. I would have to explain why it had gone off, my lady.
So at the time when the owner's wife came to you, did not have enough time to make up a story as yet?
I didn't have to make up a story, but that's what I had said.
Yes, but it's my understanding there was a reason why you did not tell her that it fell out of your pocket, and only the husband later.
I had not thought about that, Your Honor. Sorry, my lady.
You had not thought about it when you were speaking to his wife or to the husband?
To his wife, as she was the first person that had come to the table.
And so must understand when the husband came, you had now a time to think up a story, to explain it.
Correct, my lady.
You're satisfied that's correct?
Yes.
You see, Mr. Fresco, because we've heard the evidence of Mr. Lucas and Mrs. Lucas, and who came to your table first was the husband and not the wife.
From what I can remember, and what my memory serves me, is that she had come to the table first, my lady.
Is there any difficulty maybe that you know of that would have influenced your memory of the day?
No.
Because that's also the version of Mr. Pistorius, when he gives evidence to say that the husband came to the table first. And I may say to you, that was the husband's evidence and that was the wife's evidence.
Well, he can say what he's already said that. So,
What however troubles me is this, that you're satisfied that when the wife came, that you did not have enough time to think out the story, but when the husband came, because of the time delay, you had time to think out the story. But that answer cannot be correct if the husband came first. That's what I put to you.
what my memory serves to remind me was that the husband had come after the wife had come first.
You also, will you agree? Well, let me ask you this. Did you put it in your statement made with the assistance of your advocate and your attorney that you made up a story that the firearm fell out of your pocket?
Can you repeat that, please?
In that statement where you were assisted by an attorney and an advocate, that you state in that statement that you had made up the story that the firearm had fallen out of your pocket.
First of all, the firearm was not in my pocket, milady. And secondly, I cannot recall if I had made up a story or an excuse.
Can you remember what's in your statement?
I remember parts of it. If it's possible, if you could read it to me, please.
Have you not read your statement before giving evidence?
I have read it in the past, yes.
When last have you read your statement, Mr. Fresco?
Once I had given it to Detective Van Aert.
And now before giving evidence, I know how it works with witnesses. You look at your statement before you...
I had not read my statement before I've been called in.
Not today?
Or yesterday.
Also not yesterday. So can you remember what's in your statement?
Not every single thing word for word, but I can remember a lot of it.
If I put it to you, would it make sense? Let's first test it. That the only thing you said, that I apologize to her for the incident. And I apologize to him too.
Correct.
So why did you make now a statement under the protection of a 204, because that's how a statement starts, it says in terms section 204. And we know when you do something like that, you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth.
Which is what I'm doing.
So why did you not put in your statement that I made up a lie? I did not only apologize, I made up a lie to take the blame on me.
That is correct.
Because
that is what my friend had asked me to do.
That's not what I'm asking you, Mr. Fresco. It's why did you not put it in that section 204 statement?
I do not know, my lady.
Because what we know now from your evidence, two crucial aspects. And the one is that Mr. Pistorius asked you to take the blame, and the second is that you made up a false story, which you shared with the husband. Both of them are not in your statement.
That is correct, my lady.
Why not?
I can't tell you because I don't know why. But what I can tell you is that what happened, my version of events was the truth.
Yes. Mr. Fresco, you say that Mr. Pistorius pulled the trigger.
I could not see that, but seeing that he was the one that had the weapon in his control at that time, it's the only person that it could have been.
Mr. Fresco, what I'm also going to ask you about is this. When Mr. Lerena gave evidence, it was put to him that it was noisy in the restaurant. It was lunchtime, we know.
Correct, lady.
And that if you said that it was one up, that Mr. Pistorius did not hear you saying that.
That is...
Just hear me out. You follow what I've put to you this far?
I have.
What is significant today is that you tender evidence to show how close your heads were when you told him that, to make sure that Mr. Pistorius cannot hide behind the noise in the restaurant.
He could not have hidden behind the noise in the restaurant, seeing the position of our heads at that time.
What I need to know, Mr. Fresco, how did this evidence come about? That you spontaneously offered that? Did someone tell you that was raised by Mr. Pistorius?
Repeat that, please.
Did someone tell you that it was raised by Mr. Pistorius, that he did not? If you said it, that he did not hear you saying that it was one up.
The acoustics in the restaurant are terrible, specifically during lunch hours or dinner time. But because of the proximity of our heads to each other, milady, it was impossible that he could not have heard what I had said to him about there being one up with a weapon.
My question is actually different. Did someone bring that to your attention, that was raised by Mr. Pistorius, and he could not hear it if you said it? Or do you say it's just a coincidence that you tended spontaneously, the heads coming together, to make sure that he would have heard?
You could not reach each other, having been so far apart from each other.
I will come back to the restaurant, but before I move on there, what did Mr. Pistorius apologize about to the owner?
He did not state, he just said, "I'm sorry."
Can you remember if Mr. Pistorius apologized? He said it was his fault, and then I quote a sentence and see if it rings a bell. I and Darren kept on telling Oscar not to talk. Does that ring a bell?
Who had said that?
The words, now I just want to know if those words would ring a bell. I and Darren kept on telling Oscar not to talk.
About what?
About him saying that it's his fault, that he would pay for the damages.
All that he had said once we had left to the owner of the restaurant was, "I am sorry."
So you would say that there's no chance that this could be true if someone said, I and Darren kept on telling Oscar not to talk. Or can't you remember?
I don't remember anything along those lines, my lady.
Can you just remind me at what point was that said?
That was after he spoke to you,
No,
handing the firearm back to you.
This was, my lady, after we had paid the bill and we were all leaving the restaurant.
Mr. Fresco, how many times on that day coming from the Wild River were you stopped by the Metro Police?
We were stopped on 2 separate occasions.
What was the first occasion for?
For not having a number plate affixed to the vehicle.
And what happened there?
We had got a fine for that.
What happened to the fine?
The fine had been paid.
Who paid it?
From the dealership had paid it.
Who's the dealership?
Santon Auto.
And the person?
I don't know who pays their bills.
Who's in control there?
The owner. The owner would not pay for the bills, but the dealer
Who's
principal.
the owner there?
Mr. Justin Tavares.
And did he pay it?
I'm sure he did not pay for it himself, but one of the clerks, whoever works there, may have paid for it.
Did he pay it? Or
I don't know who had paid it because I had given the fines over to them.
But was it paid?
I don't know, Your Honor, my lady.
And the second time?
Second time, same as the first time that I'm going to tell you. I don't know if it was paid or not. I'd handed the fines over.
What was the fine for? What speed?
Exceeding the speed limit. I don't know the exact speed.
Can't remember.
No, I can't.
What was the maximum speed you were doing in a day?
I can't remember that day.
260 on the speedometer? Because that's something that you should remember.
I can't remember how fast I was driving that day.
Mr. Fresco, I've never traveled 260, but what I want to say to you, of course, if I do, that's something that I will remember. That's why I asked you, don't you remember something like that?
No, I don't.
Do you remember?
Just hold on a minute. Is there something wrong? There's something wrong with the machine. We'll take a 10 minutes break. We'll be waiting outside.
Steve, quick answer. Must I go back? I'm busy looking into a story that has no information and it is frustrating the heck out of me. So I don't think I was listening properly. Before I do that, this feels appropriate.
Our membership figures stood at 700, listen properly, 769,800 820 and 70 members, down from 100.2 million in 2012. That our membership figures.
Well, we're going twice. We're on a loop.
769,
800 and something. Okay.
You're still under oath, Mr. Fresco? Yes, Mr. Green.
Lady, my apologies. I may have to repeat some questions, I realize, because we compared. So if you would bear with me on that.
Yes, nice.
Mr. Fresco, I'm sorry, I have to repeat some questions for recording purposes. You said that you were issued with 2 fines and that both were paid. That was your initial evidence.
From what I understand, yes.
Yes. I also asked you about the high speed that you were driving, and what is your answer to that?
As I said, you had said a speed and I said I can't remember.
You're not denying it?
If I can't remember, how can I deny it?
Well, I think you can. If you tell me that I drove a certain day at 260 kilometers an hour and there was no way that I could have done it, I would deny it. I won't say I can't remember it. That's the point I'm making. What do you say to that?
As I said before, I can't remember.
So must I then accept that you cannot deny it?
I can't deny if I can't remember.
You said that you were stopped on 2 occasions, the one for the number plate and the one for speed.
Correct.
And on both occasions you received a fine, one for the number plate and one for the speed.
I did, my lady.
See, I looked at your evidence in chief, Mr. Fresco, and what you said there, that you were stopped, and at that scene, that shortly thereafter, another set of policemen arrived at the scene and said that they'd been chasing you from the toll plaza.
Correct.
But that cannot be, because you had left, because you were not stopped once, but you were stopped, and on a later occasion you were again stopped.
Correct.
So I'm trying to understand on what basis you would have told the court that when you were still at the scene after being stopped for the number plate, another set of policemen or traffic officers.
No, initially when we had been stopped for the number plates, that was just after we started the journey home.
Could you repeat that, please?
Just after we had left the Vaal River, shortly, I can't exactly remember a timeline, we were stopped for the first time.
That's for the number plates.
Correct.
And then?
Later on the drive home, the lady was stopped for speeding.
Where was that in relation to the first place?
Quite a way away, a long way away. I can't give you an exact distance because I don't know.
Still on the highway?
The one where we got stopped was just after the Grasmere Toll Plaza.
The first time or the second time?
Second time for speeding after the Grasmere Toll Plaza.
But what I'm asking you about is your evidence in chief. When you say that you were still at the scene when another set of policemen...
That was the second time.
So you were stopped a second time for speeding.
Which is when the policeman touched the accused weapon. That was the second time we were stopped. The first time we were stopped was for the number plates.
So let me understand. The second time where you stopped for speed, and after being stopped for speed, other policemen came and also complained about speeding.
They had said something about speeding. They didn't do anything else about it.
And you were issued with a ticket?
Correct, my lady.
What did you do with that ticket?
As I'd said before, both fines were handed over at the dealership.
I'm going to test if that could be correct.
Okay.
Mr. Fresco, that speeding ticket was issued in your name.
Correct.
It was you who contravened.
Correct.
Why is it relevant to the dealer?
It's not. But I just handed it over at the same time.
But Mr. Pistorius will say what you did is you scrambled the ticket and threw it in a footwell on the left side. That's what happened to that ticket. It was never paid.
That was the first fine.
So the first time, how did you treat that ticket?
Which one? Could you repeat that, please?
Well, tell me about the scrambling of the ticket.
The officer was taking a really long time to write the ticket, and when I got it, I scrambled it and I threw it on the floor.
And then what happened to that ticket?
They were both given across.
But I still fail to understand
Because
why.
as you had asked me, if it was in my name, both tickets were in my name, seeing that I was driving on both occasions. So both tickets were handed over at the same time, my lady.
Did you not, the two of you, Mr. Pistorius and you, not say that you wanted to shoot a robot?
I don't ever remember saying that, my lady.
My understanding of your evidence is different. It is that you were driving and it was quite some time after being stopped. The second time, that without you knowing, out of the blue, Mr. Pistorius fired a shot through the open sunroof.
That was on the way home after having gone to those other people's houses, that he had fired the weapon out the sunroof.
Yes, the emphasis is a bit different. It was quite some distance from where you had been stopped the last time.
It was quite some time after we had been stopped.
And before the firing of the shot, there was no warning that it was about to happen.
No.
There was no talking about it.
None, my lady.
There was no irritation about it.
No, because this was quite a long time after we had been stopped.
There was no one being furious about anything before.
No.
There was no one laughing about it.
No. It was just on the drive after we had left these other people's houses.
Out of the blue.
Out of the blue,
no warning.
None, my lady.
I'm just trying to think what we should do and how I should treat the evidence of Ms. Taylor, where she said that Oscar and Darren were pretty anxious and a little bit irritated with the policeman. And so they laughed and they said that they wanted to shoot a robot. And then Oscar shot a bullet out of the sunroof. That would not be true according to you.
Not what I remember.
Well, that's an interesting answer. Not what I remember. Is it that you can't remember, that you say she may have spoken the truth? Or is it that you're happy and satisfied that your version is the truth?
That's what I'm happy, that my version is the truth, my lady.
But then your answer should be, that did not happen when I was in the car. Ms. Taylor's version, that did not happen. Would that be fair?
Well, if you're going to word it like that, then yes, no, that did not happen.
Yes. Just explain to the court. You left the scene after being stopped the second time, and take it from there. Where did you go to?
I don't know who these people were. Basically, Oscar had said, please, we need to go to these people's place to sort out something either pertaining to a gun license or a weapon itself. And that's where we went.
According to Ms. Taylor, she remembered about signing of papers, but it was close to the Vaal River.
No, it was nowhere near the Vaal River.
Where was it, more or less?
All I remember was that you had to go past Greenstone and just carry on all the way. There's an eco reserve on the left-hand side, and you just carried on going down that direction.
And from there, where did you go to?
To their house.
Whose house?
I do not know the people.
No, after that, after being to the house.
After we actually went to the gourmet garage for dinner, my lady.
What time was that?
I can't give you a time. What I can tell you is that on the way home, it's a bit random though, but it was a beautiful sunset. And I remember, so it must have been a little while later after the sun had set, my lady.
The time given of this offense is 30 September 2012. Would that accord with your memory?
It does, my lady.
So when did you see this beautiful sunset?
On the way from these people's place to the restaurant for dinner.
And which you go to the gourmet cafe there?
Gourmet garage in Ethel Square, my lady.
And after that?
After that, I can't remember what happened.
How long did you stay there?
we had a dinner, and on the way out, there was an elderly couple that was sitting at a table, a couple of tables away from us. And when we were leaving, they'd started discussing Oscar and the lady at the table. I'm not sure, something pertaining to golf. And then I carried on walking out the restaurant.
I couldn't hear the part about golf.
Something pertaining to golf. And then I'd walked out the restaurant.
What pertained to golf?
I don't know. Something that either they had played together or she saw him playing somewhere before. And then I'd walked out the restaurant, my lady.
And from there, where did you go?
I can't remember where we left from there.
I
I do
understand.
not know where we went from there.
Now let's take it back. You drive from this house from somewhere. It's a beautiful sunset, and you go to have dinner. Straight from that house to dinner.
Yes.
Who was at the dinner?
The accused, Sam Taylor, and myself were at dinner.
Who were they? Sorry, accused, and the three of you.
Correct.
And now after dinner, you still have one car.
I was saying I do not know what happened after that.
I understand that, but am I correct to say you're still there in the same car?
Well, we arrived there in the same car, so yes.
So what happened now?
As I just said previously, I do not know what happened after that. I can't remember what happened after that.
But how's that you can give evidence about the events in the morning or in the afternoon,
The
but then
evening,
suddenly there's a blank?
not suddenly a blank. I just can't remember how we went our own separate ways, or if we went our own separate ways, or if I had dropped him, or if he had dropped me. I do not know.
I tell you what I think it is. You might have heard that a statement was put that Mr. Pistorius played golf at St. Andrews. And did that contribute to you now realizing I'm not sure now about my facts, and
No,
I'm
it's
going
got
to say
nothing
that
to
I
do
can't
with that.
remember?
It's got nothing to do with that. Why would that pertain to the situation?
So how is it that you remember up to dinner, and you can even remember a conversation, something about golf with someone that spoke to Mr. Pistorius?
Because I was walking
And
right
then
behind him when we were leaving the restaurant. He had then started talking to her, and then I then walked out.
I fully understand that, but you can remember so well that you walk behind them, remember walking behind them, remember overhearing this conversation, and then?
I walked out the restaurant.
And from there on?
I do not know.
It's just blank. You have no
I can't
memory.
remember.
From when do you remember again?
I don't know what you're referring to.
Can
What do
you
I
remember
from
everything, anything about the evening after the restaurant, after walking behind them?
that? No, I can't.
Not a thing.
No.
My lady, would this be an opportune time? It's 1:00.
You take out. You're still under oath, Mr. Fresco?
Yes, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Roux?
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Fresco, for purposes of this afternoon now, what I'm going to do, I'm first going to deal with the sunroof incident and then with the Tashas incident after that. During the adjournment, I looked at the evidence of Miss Taylor, and I've already referred to one part, but this is the second part of her evidence, and I quote, "The shot was fired because they," and we know that you and Mr. Pistorius were angry at the police, and they found it very funny to irritate the police, if that makes sense. That's the quote. What do you say about that?
Definitely not, my lady.
And then, as to the timing, she says, and I quote, "Because I remember it being shortly after we left the police."
Definitely not, my lady.
I'm trying to understand how it is that you have two people in a car that can differ so dramatically about when and where and why the shot was allegedly fired. Can you assist us?
My testimony is the truth, my lady. That's what I remember.
Yes. Can you remember where the shot was fired?
The roundabout vicinity that I had shown Detective Van Aert and the photographer.
But can you remember where it was?
From what I remember, it was right after the robots at that intersection. I had taken Detective Van Aert up and he was driving, I was passenger. I'd asked him to please drive me up and down the area a few times.
So it was not that you could take him straight to the place.
No, I could not.
And after a few times, how did you pick that spot?
I do remember the area that it had happened in, but I wasn't 100% sure until I had seen it a few times.
So what you say, you had to drive a few times past the spot, and then after a few times, you remembered it.
Yes, milady.
So the first time you did not remember it.
I knew it was in that vicinity. I could not be specific until I had seen it again, milady.
So what caused you to remember is when you looked more and more at the spot, it then came back to your memory.
Yes, as I had seen it then on the way down, on the way back, on the way down, and then again on the way back.
So it's 4 times.
Twice in either direction.
So in the 4th time, you remember it.
Yes. And the 2nd time actually is not the 4th time. So there and back would be 1 time, there and back again would be the 2nd time.
But driving past the spot, that would be the 4th time. Because when you
Both
drive there, you drive
directions,
back,
yes.
it's the 4th time. At the scene where you were stopped, where you say that was the handling of Mr. Pistorius' firearm, are you sure that you found the bullet?
Absolutely.
And before you answer, can you remember a policeman putting his radio in with the aerial and digging the bullet out?
No, I had not seen that.
You have not seen that?
No, and I can tell you why, because at the time it was very tight and I cut my hand trying to get the bullet from the side.
You could not get it out, and the policeman then put the aerial of his radio in and he got it out. Of course, you could not put your hand in.
That's not correct.
You picked up the bullet.
I did, my lady.
How did it happen that you were outside the car?
Initially, the police officer, when he had stopped us, had please asked me to get out of the vehicle.
And where did you go to?
Towards the front right-hand side of the vehicle.
And how did you happen to get to the left of the vehicle at some stage?
After they had been chatting, I had walked around to the other side of the car.
Doing what there?
I had just gone around to make sure that everything was okay, because they were arguing, and I said, we should, sorry, let me start that again. After the police officer and I had spoken for a while, after having given him my license, and then I can't remember what had happened 100% in the interim, but I'd gone around a little bit later to try and get the bullet from inside the vehicle.
So you went around to the left side to get the bullet?
The passenger side of the vehicle, yes, my lady.
Why did you scrumple the ticket or the number plate?
Because the police officer or the Metro Police was taking his time to write it out.
I don't understand. If you could explain that, maybe.
He was taking longer. He was writing a line, then he was waiting, and then looking, and then writing a line and waiting and looking. It just took him some time to write out the ticket.
What does that have to do with you scrumbling the ticket?
By then, I would have liked to have just gotten going, and he was taking his time to write out the ticket.
Yes, I know it took his time, but why is that relevant in the way that you handle this ticket given to you by the policeman? That's what I don't understand.
What should I have done with the ticket?
Can you repeat that question and maybe answer it?
I'd said to you, what should I have done with the ticket? I had the ticket in my possession, I crumpled it, and I'd thrown it on the passenger side.
What do you think you should have done with the ticket?
Kept it, which we did, because it was then given over to the dealership. The ticket was still in the vehicle. It was not discarded at any point. It was thrown on the floor in the vehicle.
In your evidence in chief, what was significant, Mr. Fresco, is this. You tell the court that you went to a house, something to do with Mr. Pistorius' firearm, but you weren't too sure what that was all about. And then the next part follows. From that house, we went towards, is it Apple Square?
Ethel Square, my lady.
Where was, in relation on the back seat, where was Miss Taylor sitting?
I don't know, my lady.
Now, according to your version, and let me put it to you that it's denied that he fired the shot. First of all, if you want to respond to that. Mr. Pistorius will deny that he fired that shot.
That is incorrect, my lady.
Now, if, according to your version, he fires the shot. What did you say to him?
Apologies again, my lady, but I asked him if he's fucking mad.
And then after that?
He just laughed about it.
And then?
And then we carried on with my ear ringing and burning.
Did you at any time speak to him about it after that?
I don't recall, so no.
You just left it?
I did.
Now, have you since managed to recall what happened after having dinner at the Apple Center?
At Ethel Square.
Is it Ethel or Apple?
Ethel.
Ethel. Ethel Square.
I do not.
Still a blank.
Still a blank, my lady.
Is it because you have heard about the golf and you're playing at St. Andrews and you're concerned that you may compromise yourself from what you're saying?
No.
I take you to Tashas. How did it happen that you handed your firearm to Mr. Pistorius?
As previously stated, he had requested to see the gun, which I had then handed over to him.
And how far were your heads apart at the time when you handed the firearm to him, when you spoke to him, according to your version?
Within close proximity.
What is close proximity? Show the court, if you can, John. That would be, looks like about 20 centimeters to me. Now 30. Would that be fair, my lady, about 30 centimeters?
Mr. Nell?
I would say about 30, my lady.
About 30, yes.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Fresco, are you sure about this?
Yes, I am.
I tell you why. During the adjournment, we put a table together and we tried to get our heads to get that close, and it was not possible. So at some point, I'm going to ask you to demonstrate to the court how it's possible when one is sitting on the left and one on the right diagonally across him to get their heads together like that. So in view of that, are you still positive it was that close?
That's what I remember. I can't give you an exact specific figure. There were no measurements between our heads at the time, but it was close enough. As I'd said, if he was sitting on the couches, he was quite far back. He would have had to lean forward. I then leaned forward at the same time and handed it over.
Even if you cannot get that close.
I remember us being fairly close, my lady.
Then you used the words, as far as I can remember, in your previous answer. What does that mean?
If my memory serves me correctly, that's what I remember. That I had moved forward, he had moved forward, and we were in close proximity of each other.
If I say to someone, if my memory serves me correct, I have some uncertainty, and say that's the best I can do for you.
I do remember us being very close, my lady.
But can you really remember how close?
Seeing that I don't have a ruler with me at that specific time, my lady, no. I cannot remember exactly in definition how close we were together.
I was not asking you in measurements. I was just asking to demonstrate. But what is interesting, Mr. Fresco, the moment I explained to you the demonstration, you followed an answer with, as far as I can remember. That's what is significant in your evidence.
So that is my story, and I'm not changing that story. We were within close proximity of each other.
That close proximity, I ask you if you remember, also does not appear in your statement. Would you agree?
Could you repeat that, please?
That close proximity that you talk about does not appear in your statement when you went to Mr. Witz and Mr. Alexander to assist you.
As I said, I have not read my affidavit word for word on the paper for a fairly long time, but the only way he could have received the weapon from me under the table, he would have had to have moved forward. I had moved forward and we had met.
You see, let me go back to the two previous points absent in your statement and this one that I asked you about. The other one was of significance, and that is that there was no mention about Mr. Pistorius asking you to take the blame. We've gone through that, you remember?
Yes.
And you know why this is significant? Let me explain to you.
Shouldn't the statement be with the witness?
I can do it. I'm not going back to the statement again, but it was admitted that it's not there. So it won't help him in the sense that, but I can do it.
I disagree. I'm looking for the statement. It was never admitted it wasn't there. He said, I don't know. I haven't read my statement. If anything should be made of it, the statement should be before court. But otherwise, those questions not even worth asking. Because neither the court doesn't know if it's there. The witness doesn't. The two previous points, on the one point, the witness indicated when we started cross-examination, it's not there. But for the rest, he said he hasn't read his statement.
I'm very happy to. If the state could make it available, and I will see that copies be made quickly. There are marks, but I don't believe that the court will be influenced by underlining it. So. But let me develop the point, Mr. Fresco. And when you have your statement, you can read for yourself, unless Mr. Nell tells the court that it is in there. And it is this. At the bail application, there was a suggestion that Mr. Pistorius asked someone to take the blame. So what I put to you, your statement was settled on the 10th of June 2013, as you will see now. If you were satisfied that that's the truth, and you do a 204 statement, that's one point that will be and would have been in your statement. Do you agree?
Could you please explain that again or repeat that to me?
That was an important point, and you sit with an experienced advocate and an attorney, and your statement's not made immediately. It's made on 10 June 2013. You can sit back and carefully consider the events, particularly in view of the fact that it's a statement in terms of section 204 where you may incriminate yourself. So it's a statement where you be very meticulous. What I want to know from you, that you forget it at that time, the fact that you were asked to take the blame.
I did not forget that.
Did you deliberately withhold the information?
I did not deliberately withhold any information.
Could you give any explanation, assuming just for a moment, because the statements will be here and you have one in front of you, why it would not be in your statement?
I don't know.
Now, what exactly did you say to Mr. Pistorius when you handed the firearm to him?
While leaning in towards each other, I said to him, there's one up, as previously stated.
What did he say to you in response to that?
Okay.
Did he say okay?
Yes, he did.
I'm sorry, I could not hear that.
Yes, he did.
You see, that is evidence of great significance. We'll go to your statement now, but let me take you to your evidence this far. I asked you about it, and the state asked you about this incident. One thing that was absolutely absent was Mr. Pistorius responding to what you've said and saying to you, okay. That's the first time you introduce it now. What do you say today?
You had asked me if you had said anything. No one had asked me this before. You have just asked me this, and once asked, I'd answered.
But, Mr. Fresco, it's not that easy. We are all dependent on your evidence to tell us the whole truth and to talk about that incident. It's what you leave out that's important. And that was left out. In main evidence, in your statement, I'll put it to you, and even in the earlier cross-examination. There was no reference to it. It's the first time that this comes out. Can you explain that?
I can't.
Then you added something in your evidence. About the magazine. What was that?
I had basically said that once he had taken the weapon from me, I'd seen a movement that he had made, supposed to have been clearing the weapon of the one bullet in the chamber. What he had obviously not done is he didn't check that the magazine was still in, which would have then meant that he cycled the bullet out of the chamber and another one from the magazine back into the chamber, making the gun ready to fire.
No, you said something about you wanting to talk about the magazine. Can you remember that?
Not specifically, but I do remember talking something earlier about the magazine.
Yes, in court.
Specifically did.
What was it in court that you said with reference to the magazine?
If I remember correctly, I said I wanted to have told him or have said to him that the magazine is still in. But being someone who I thought was very competent with a weapon, I thought he would have checked that, my lady.
May I make available the copies of the statements? I think it should be Exhibit W, if I'm not mistaken, my lady. Thank you. I don't understand that, Mr. Fresco. There was no rush. It was really easy to say to Mr. Pistorius, listen, the magazine is in. You agree?
I do.
You know where this comes from, actually, your reference to the magazine, Mr. Fresco? It comes from the fact that it was put to Mr. Lerena that after the shot had gone off, Mr. Oscar Pistorius was upset. And one of the reasons was that you handed to him a gun with a magazine on without telling him that the magazine is in. That's where it comes from. Do you agree?
Why would I walk around with a weapon without a magazine in it, my lady?
Can you explain that question that you asked?
Why would I walk around with a weapon without a magazine in it?
I'm not talking about walking around, Mr. Fresco. I'm talking about you handing the firearm over to Mr. Pistorius, and I'm putting something else to you. What I'm putting to you is in Mr. Lerena's evidence. What was said and what was put to Mr. Lerena is that Mr. Pistorius was upset because you'd failed to tell him that the magazine was in. That is where your evidence today comes from, that you wanted to tell him, but you did not tell him about the magazine. What do you say to that?
I did not tell him at the time, but as I had said earlier, being someone who I thought being competent with a weapon, I would have most definitely have checked if the magazine was still in the weapon.
Then I failed to understand the relevance of the magazine. All you could have said, I passed him the firearm, I believe he was competent. Why the reference to the magazine? What you wanted to tell him and seemingly did not have time to do. That's what I'm trying to find out.
Because if it was someone else that may have handed it to me, if the roles were reversed, I would have checked specifically to make sure if there was a magazine inserted into the weapon at the specific time that the weapon was handed over before clearing the weapon, my lady.
My understanding is you wanted to tell him that the magazine was in, but there was some time constraint. Not so?
I wouldn't say there was a time constraint. It was as he had moved back and then I had moved back.
Why did you not tell him then?
Don't know.
No, but if you wanted to tell him that, that was the perfect opportunity. If it's true what you're saying, of course.
Having thought again of him being competent, I thought he would have checked that before recycling the weapon. So cycling the weapon, my lady.
So are you saying that in fact you wanted to tell him that? There was some time constraint, but then when you sat back, you thought about it again, and because you believed he was competent, you decided not to say anything about the magazine. Would that be a fair summary of your evidence?
Yes, my lady.
So must I understand that immediately after you handed the firearm to him, you thought about the magazine, but decided not to tell him?
Yes, my lady.
And you know, Mr. Pistorius was upset about the fact that you did not tell him about the magazine that was in.
No, I did not know.
What did he say to you?
He said nothing to me. We were all in shock about what had just happened.
Well, let the shock pass. What did he then say to you? There was this bang, and now what did he say to you?
He had please asked me, because of the media hype around him at the time, please, can you take the rap for it?
What?
Take the blame for it.
Did he not say a word that someone could be heard? And why did you give him a firearm with a magazine in?
I don't remember him saying anything like that.
So it's not that he did not say it, it's just that you don't remember it.
Don't remember him saying that to me. I did not hear that, my lady.
The last part I did not hear?
I did not hear that, my lady.
Well, there's a difference between don't remember him saying that and he did not say that.
I do not remember hearing him say that to me, my lady.
Is there uncertainty with your memory there?
No, there isn't, my lady.
Can you clearly remember what happened directly after the shooting?
I do indeed.
So what did Mr. Pistorius say to you?
After the noise had resumed, we had carried on chatting, and after he had asked me to please take the blame for it, I had said, okay. Then Maria had come to the table, and then after that, a while later, Jason had come to the table, and after that, we had requested the bill after everyone had finished, and then we had left the restaurant, my lady. On the way out, Oscar apologizing to the owner again.
Again, when was the first time that he apologized?
Sorry, I think I'd worded that wrong, my lady. As seeing that I had apologized earlier.
It was not wrong.
My apologies, because I'd apologized to the owner's wife as well as the owner, and then against once we were leaving, and so did the accused at the same time that we were leaving, the lady.
But I want to put it to you that it was not wrong. He apologized previously to the owner, and when he paid, he apologized again, and he offered to pay for the damages.
I don't remember that I had offered to pay for the damages with the owner afterwards.
If you say you don't you remember him apologizing, offering to pay?
I don't, my lady.
Now, let's just get back after the shooting. You say you carried on chatting.
We did.
What was that all about? There's now a shot. There's now, I assume, a stunned silence. And then you carried on chatting.
Yes, we did.
About what?
I can't remember what we spoke about, my lady.
So when did this please take the blame version come in?
That happened just after the weapon was passed back to me, my lady.
So he gave you the weapon, and what did he say to you? If you just give me a minute, I just want to get your evidence in chief there. Can you just bear with me? Yes. What did he say to you?
Sorry, can you repeat that again, please, lady?
I'm sorry, Mr. Fresco, I did not hear that.
Can you repeat that, please?
The question?
Yes, please.
Yes, what did Mr. Pistorius say to you?
He had asked me to please take the blame for it, as there was a lot of media hype around him at the time.
So he said to you, please take the blame because there's a lot of media hype around me.
Yes.
Were those the exact words?
I can't say verbatim, but it was pertaining to him being in the media spotlight.
So there was something about him being in the media spotlight and then wanting you to take the blame to do what?
To say that it was me that had discharged the firearm in a restaurant.
Did he say to you, Mr. Fresco, please, you must say that you discharged the firearm?
No, he did not say that, my lady. he had requested me to take the blame for what had happened.
Did he request you to take the blame for the shot going off or for handing him the firearm with the magazine in?
For the shot going off.
Did he say that?
Could not have been for anything else.
No, my question is, did he say that? Take the blame for the shot going off?
No, not in those words, he didn't.
Or did he just say, there's media hype around me, please take the blame?
Yes, he did.
Is that all? In similar words?
Yes.
And what did you say to him?
I said, I will.
And when did you think of the story about the firearm falling out of your shorts?
In between the owner's wife coming to the table, and after that, then the owner had come to the table.
Now, of course, if you're wrong, Mr. Fresco, that it was first Mr. Lupus coming to you, then your version does not make sense that you could think of that in between.
I remember Mr. Lupus's wife coming to me first, and then someone else off, and then Jason Lupus coming to me after that.
Yes. What did she say to you?
She goes, what just happened? Or what happened?
So did she ask you about the noise?
She had come straight to the table.
How long after this noise?
I can't remember an exact time period. It must have been a minute or so.
Too quick for you to dream up a story?
I can't remember a specific time period of how long it took.
And how long after that did Mr. Lupus come?
I don't know. It was a while after that. I can't give you an exact time period.
Now, you have your statement exhibit W, if I'm correct. W. Can you look at it? And going to the second page, paragraph 14. Could you read?
I was seated diagonally opposite Oscar.
Yes.
Oscar asked me to pass him my firearm. I handed him the firearm under the table, telling him that there was one up.
Where's the movement of the heads? Because you sit down with an experienced advocate, an experienced attorney, to say to them, let me explain to you how it happened. Because you said you weren't too sure if that's in your statement.
Would you like me to show you? Yes, as I just shown you now.
Is that the only thing that you told him?
Having
I'm talking about your statement, Mr. Fresco.
I've just read to the end of number 15.
Yes. And
stating in 10 that there was one up.
And then after that, what's 16?
After he had taken the firearm, I saw him doing something to the firearm which I thought looked like clearing it. I was concerned at this, but before I could do anything, a shot went off. But fortunately, nobody was badly injured. He immediately handed the firearm back to me, which I reholstered.
Go on, because I'm looking now for the blame.
One of our party was, however, struck in the leg by shrapnel.
And then paragraph 19.
Within seconds of the shot, hush fell over the restaurant, and I told our party to continue as if nothing had happened.
So let's stop there. So there was a hush, and then you spoke. I told our party to continue as if nothing had happened. So you took the lead there.
I did.
So there you decided, let's just pretend there was nothing. Guys around the table, please carry on with a normal conversation as if nothing had happened. Was that your approach?
It was. I didn't want to bring to the light what had just happened in the packed or crowded restaurant.
I'm sorry, I could not hear that, Mr. Fresco.
I didn't want to bring to attention to the table what had just happened, hoping the majority of the people may have thought it could have been a gas explosion or something in the kitchen of Tashas, which we were sitting right next to.
So what we do know that you took the lead there to say, guys, carry on as if nothing had happened. That's the words that you remember on 10 June 2013. Is that correct?
Yes.
Those are the words.
Yes.
And then after that,
the owner's wife approached, and I apologized to her.
Sorry, first, the last sentence of paragraph 19.
The conversation and normal restaurant noise soon resumed.
Now, I don't see that apart from you saying, I told our party to continue as if nothing had happened. What I don't see there is the blame. You agree?
Because there was still silence in the restaurant.
What does that mean, Mr. Fresco?
As I just said, the restaurant was dead silent.
Where is the blame now?
after the noise resumed.
Let's read it to see if we can force it in there. A conversation and normal restaurant noise soon resumed. A conversation. You say it was part of that conversation.
The conversations lead into each other. Conversations lead into each other.
Yes.
So we could have been talking, as I said, once the noise had resumed and everything else, we had carried on talking.
Yes, but when was it now that Mr. Pistorius asked you to take the blame? If you look at that paragraph in relation to that paragraph 19, when was that? I see there's a silence by you.
So I can't remember exactly now when he had asked me. There was a statement that he had asked me. I can't remember exactly when it happened.
You can't remember now exactly when he asked you.
I can't remember if it was before Maria having arrived at the table, or in between Maria and Jason arriving, or after Jason arriving and then having us asking for the bill and leaving. I can't remember when that happened.
So it could have happened on one of three occasions. Just repeat that again, just for my own benefit, please. The first one was when?
It could have happened either after the noise in the restaurant resumed and we started talking again, or it could have happened after Maria had come, or it could have happened after Jason had come and gone, milady.
Well, let's look at it. If it happened after Maria had come, if that is Ms. Lucas, would that then explain, according to your version, why you apologized to her without taking the blame on your version?
Please, can you repeat that?
Well, let me help you first, and then I'll repeat the question I undertake. Go to paragraph 20. Read that.
The owner's wife approached and I apologized to her for the incident.
So if you say could have happened, I'm just working with the one case scenario, given the first, and then the second one, it could have happened after the owner's wife had left because she apologized to her, she's leaving now, and that is the husband's coming later. It could have happened then, according to your version.
As I had said, it could have happened on 3 different occasions, my lady. I can't be exactly sure on which of those had happened, but it most definitely happened while we were sitting before having left the restaurant, my lady.
It could even have happened after Mr. Lupus came to the table.
It could have, yes, my lady.
You see, will you agree that, Mr. Fresco, that you have a great uncertainty about this blaming on what was exactly said and when it happened, when you were requested to do that?
I have uncertainty of the specific time that it happened. I don't have any uncertainty that it happened, my lady.
And you also have an uncertainty of what was really said or not?
No, I remember him having said that please take the blame or the rap for this, as there's too much media hype around him.
Please take the blame for what, Mr. Fresco?
Please take the blame for this.
Did he say for this?
Yes, having what he had just done or what had just happened.
So did he say, please take the blame for what has just happened or for what I have done? Which one?
Verbatim, I can't remember. But it was definitely pertaining to him having shot in the restaurant.
Yes. And then 21, her husband later also approached and I apologized to him too. On our way out, Oscar apologized to him. We then left. Would that be correct?
Yes, lady.
Where is this make-up story that you told him about the firearm falling from your, I'm not sure, shorts or tracksuit pants? I'm not sure.
Shorts. It was the middle of summer. There wouldn't have been a need to wear tracksuit pants in summer.
There was a reason why I asked it, because the previous witnesses referred to tracksuit pants.
I saw that, and I never ever wear tracksuit pants unless I'm going to gym.
What do you mean you saw that, Mr. Fresco?
It's been on Twitter.
So you've been following that part of the evidence?
The bits and pieces that I see. But this is definitely got, it's got nothing to do with whether I was wearing shorts or tracksuit pants. It's stuff that's been in the media, on the news. Doesn't matter where you look, where you turn, where you go, what you listen to, what you watch. It's all over the media, my lady. If I'm watching the news, it's all over the news. If I'm listening to the radio, it's all over the radio.
I understand that, Mr. Fresco. I'm not blaming you for that. I just need to know that you followed the proceedings.
Not entirely, no.
I understand not entirely, but at least when it was relevant to your evidence, you must have followed that in all fairness.
From what, there have been plenty of people that have said to me, your name's being mentioned, your name's being mentioned, your name's being mentioned on numerous occasions. Yes. I would have liked to know what was said.
I understand that, and that's why you made that your case to find out what was said. But I understand that. Is my understanding correct?
Yes, it is, my lady.
That Mr. Pistorius, if you could just explain this movement when you handed a gun to you, you're sitting diagonally across you.
Yes.
If you could just explain that movement, because I'm interested in how his head could move that far across. And I've told you we tried that and could not get close to what you demonstrated. So if you can just explain.
Having leaned forward and passed the weapon underneath the table.
But if you lean forward, I'm watching you, you don't go forward a lot. You can do it again, lean forward.
My head's
Where are
going
you,
forward
where's
a
your
lot.
head in relation to the bench there? When you lean forward, can you tell the court?
It's hanging over the bench.
Is it in line with the side of the bench? You can do it again.
No, it's over the bench.
How far? If you show the court with your hand. It's easy, just do it again. And you can show. Is it, how far?
I would probably say about so much over the table. Again, the same distance
Yes,
as you asked me
I
earlier.
understand, about the 30 centimeters.
Joined with his, however far he had come over, where there's been 30 centimeters or so, 60 centimeters over the table.
So we have a combined 60 centimeters.
Yes.
That's the point I was making.
As I was saying earlier, milady, I'm not a judge of distance, but like I said, he had most definitely heard me as I had heard him say, I'd asked him.
That, I was John.
Yes, I do.
And you were sitting, I can't see the numbers on this photo. Maybe just the next photo will show the numbers of the one before.
Number 4 is where I was sitting.
And you see the distance.
Yes,
I'm
I
trying
can.
to get you 30 centimeters apart. You agree that cannot be?
I can get close enough to hear what he's saying.
That's something else. If it's close enough, I'm talking about your.
Well, seeing that you put me on the spot of an exact defined space
Yes.
or measure.
You see what was also interesting this point in time was Mr. Lerena gave evidence. And he was specifically asked whether because of the noise in the restaurant, that it could be that Mr. Pistorius did not hear what he was saying. Because Mr. Pistorius was sitting farther away from you than Mr. Lerena. You understand what I say?
Yes, I do.
And you know what he did not say to this court, Mr. Lerena? What he did not say is, my lady, in fact, let me tell you why this is not true what Mr. Pistorius is saying. Because I saw the two of them, the heads moving to be in close proximity. That's totally absent in this evidence. He rather agreed to that possibility. He did not say that it could not be because he saw your heads moving as explained by you. It's not in his evidence. And that was the perfect opportunity to say that. You understand that?
I do. That was his statement, though.
I'm reminded, I didn't pick it up, that you say that you were sitting right next to the kitchen.
I had said earlier that we're sitting closest to the kitchen at the back corner. That's why I said, again, I said earlier that that's why it may have been a possibility that other people in the restaurant may have thought it could have been a gas explosion.
When Mr. Pistorius asked to see your firearm, did you speak to him apart from saying one up?
No. The lady had asked me for the weapon, and I passed it over to him.
Did you not use the word okay? When he asked you, say okay.
I may have.
Because I'm trying to.
As the same as you said to me, how come he said okay after I told him that there's one up?
So we said okay and an okay.
As I said.
Okay from you and an okay from Mr. Pistorius.
That I was passing my weapon over to him, yes. And then he had heard that there was one up, yes.
Who paid the bill?
I don't know, my lady. I really don't know that. Oscar was a big fan of normally paying for bills if we had gone out for dinner or lunches or anything along those lines. He normally picked up the tab. Not expected, but he had done that.
Were you not present when he paid for the bill? Because that will be his evidence that he paid.
I was present, but I can't remember who had paid for the bill, as there were 4 of us there, not just 2 of us at the table.
Did he pay for the bill at the table or did he pay when he walked out?
I don't know. Normally they bring the bill to the table if you ask for the bill.
Maybe it would be an opportune time. It's 3 o'clock.
We'll adjourn until tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning.
Now how is that?
Mr. Fresco, you still under oath?
Yes, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, we omitted yesterday to put before you the Exhibit U. So may I do that? You will see some of the articles here, markings like a highlighting. It's not that we did that. That's what it was like in the original. It had some yellow highlight markers on. So you will see that.
It's just Exhibit U. It
It's
hasn't got
you
one
there.
two.
The article that we handed to Professor Simon was V. So that was just before that. We just omitted to hand it to you yesterday. It was available, but somehow.
Let me just make sure I understand. There are two that have been given to me. One is gastric emptying. Is 4 hours necessary? Is that you?
Those are all the articles that we received from Professor Simon. And then because we referred to it, we marked it as an exhibit at the time. I just failed to hand it out.
It's marked Exhibit U.
Exhibit U.
But there's another one.
We marked all of them Exhibit U, my lady.
Oh, thank you.
It was a pack or a bundle.
Thank you.
If that would satisfy.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I have no further questions. I do not have further questions for this witness.
Thank you very much.
Yes, good, lady.
Now?
Mr. Fresco, I'm going to deal with 6 things. Firstly, let us deal with the trip to the ball. What was the occasion at the ball?
It was no occasion. We were just going up to the river for the day, my lady.
We joined by other friends?
There were other friends at the Vaal already, my lady.
Now, accused with his gun. What did he do with his gun at the Vaal?
I do not know where he had possession of his gun at the Vaal. I did not see that.
Driving in the car. Where did the accused have his gun?
Between his legs, my lady.
Accused had his gun between his legs while you're driving from the Vaal on a highway.
Yes, my lady.
Okay. And was the gun in a holster?
It was between his legs at the time, my lady. No holster.
No holster. I see. Then there's an interesting thing about the speed you were doing. That he knew you were doing a speed of 260. But whatever speed you did the accused tell you to slow down?
No, my lady, he didn't.
Did he complain about the speed you were doing?
No, he did not, my lady.
Did anybody take photographs in that car of the speedometer or something?
I had taken a picture of the speedometer, my lady, while he had been driving on the way down to the Vaal.
Okay, let's get to it. So on the way to the Vaal, the accused was in fact the driver?
On the way to the Vaal, he was, my lady.
Okay, why did he take a photograph of the speedometer?
He was traveling very fast, my lady.
What speed was the accused traveling?
Well, it was over the 200 kilometer an hour mark, my lady.
And you took a photograph?
I did, my lady.
Okay. Now let's get to the crumpled ticket. When you received the ticket and you crumpled the ticket, what did you do with it?
I'd thrown it on the side by the passenger floor, my lady.
What did the accused do? Did he pick it up?
I don't know what he had done with it.
Did he say anything about you crumpling a ticket?
No, he said nothing about it, my lady.
Good. Did the accused say anything about the speeding ticket that you got?
No, said nothing about that, my lady.
Offered to pay?
No, he did not, my lady.
Second issue, remember Mr. Fresco said there was 60. Second issue, pointing out the scene. Now, before you pointed out the scene to Captain Van Aert, did you know whereabouts it was?
No, because I said it was along that road. That's why I please asked him to drive me up and down numerous occasions.
In your statement that was handed in, Exhibit W, my lady, you in fact identified the areas quite a while later near the Modderfontein area. Oscar fired a shot from his firearm out of the sunroof.
Correct, my lady.
Why did you identify it as Modderfontein area?
Because it's the way, it's just, I know I haven't been along the road many times, but I remember there is an eco reserve I had been to at a wedding there quite a while ago. And like I said, I had been there, but I didn't know specifically where it was until we had driven up and down a few times, my lady.
Good. Number 3. Since the shooting incident on the 14th of February, have you had any contact with Samantha Taylor?
I have not seen her at all until in the witness room 2 days ago, my lady.
Did you have any contact with her since the incident?
I have not seen her or spoken to her after, my lady.
Or sent messages by anyone?
No, we had chatted while they were dating, but nothing thereafter, after they had broken up.
Good. Then number 4, we're dealing with your statement. If I would ask you, what do you do for a living? What would you spell? What would you say?
I'm a network engineer, my lady, an IT network engineer.
I see. Have you ever, out of your own accord, say, I am gainfully employed as a network engineer? No, I'm a network engineer. I work for a company, my lady. But your statement indicated you're gainfully employed as a network engineer. Whose words are those? Can you explain to me, my apologies, for gainfully employed? No. When you made the statement to your attorney and advocate, am I right? Correct, my lady. Did they ask you what you did? Yes, and I say I'm a network engineer, an IT network engineer. Did you tell them I am gainfully employed? I've never used that word gainfully employed in my life, my lady. I see. Now, in making a statement, did you tell your advocate and attorney what happened? I had told them what had happened, yes, my lady. And they drafted the statement? They did, my lady. Whilst you were sitting there like that? While I had been sitting there, my lady. I see. And you were happy with the content? I was, my lady. Did you explain to them how you handed over the gun in the restaurant? I had explained to them where each party was sitting. And then I passed him the weapon under the table, my lady. The accused, number 5, issue number 5. Mr. Fresco, I'm going to ask you questions, but you can take it that the accused, in fact, admitted in this court that he was in possession of the gun when the shot was fired in the restaurant. Okay. Now, after the shot was fired, was he upset with you? Not at all, my lady. He was more shocked than anything else. At no time ever was he upset or did he say anything towards me of him being cross with me or upset with me. But the interesting thing, why did you pass your gun to the accused? He had asked me to see it, and me thinking he was a competent firearm owner and carrier, I'd handed it over to him, my lady. So could you hear him ask you for the gun? Yes, he had asked me for the gun. And he asked you for the gun, and he was able to meet you halfway? Correct, my lady. So at least you heard him? Absolutely, I heard him. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a reason for me to pass my firearm for no reason across under the table, my lady. Did the accused offer to pay for damages? I did not hear that at all, my lady. If you heard it, would you have remembered it? I most definitely would have, my lady. Seeing that shortly thereafter, the owner and myself, I had offered to compensate for any damages that had occurred in his restaurant. Mr. Fresco, did the gun fall out of your pocket and the shot went off? Absolutely not, my lady. Did you say that to Mr. Dupas? I did, my lady. Why did you do that? To take the blame for what the accused had been charged for. Why did you take the blame? A friend had asked me, and that's what I had done. Who's this friend? The accused, Mr. Pistorius. Lady, I've included number 6. I lost count. I have nothing further.
And a new issue was raised. Yes. May I deal with that on the street? Yes. Mr. Fresco, 2 things. The one is, I don't have words to describe it because I'm going to show to you a photo, and we're later going to prove the time of the photo you took to show to the court what you were doing in re-examination. That's the first thing, because we have the time. And it will be on computer and we will call the witness. That's the first one. The second one is, lady, if it's the same photo we're dealing with, if it's the same photo we're dealing with, I have no objection, but we have to establish that.
Well, this court has no knowledge of any photo yet.
Indeed, lady,
So
but it's put to him. We're going to show you the time of the photo. If it's established that it's the photo that this witness took, then I
well, it's something we'll deal with after Mr. Roo has finished.
Yes, thank you, lady. Mr. Fresco, your evidence was clear. You took a photo, your camera, on the way to the vault. You remember it off the screen.
It was over the 200 kilometers an hour mark, yes. My lady, yes.
I'm talking about the time on the way to the vault. That's when you took the photo.
I agree.
When the accused was driving, not when you were driving.
Correct, my lady.
There was no photo taking session according to you when you were driving.
Not that I know of as I was driving the vehicle, my lady.
Now, the first point is this. Of course, I won't number them 1 and 2. But let me ask you this. You said that you saw the witness Taylor in the witness room. When was that?
2 days ago on Monday, my lady.
So you were here on Monday and you sat with Ms. Taylor in the witness room?
I did, along with a lady from the NPS, as well as some legal team that she had with her at the time.
Was it Mr. Levitt?
I do not know his name. I've never seen him before.
Could you describe him?
Stockish gentleman, darkish hair.
Now, let me show you the photo. This is on your camera sent to the accused on your telephone. And maybe we will at the appropriate time with the proper right screen show it in the time, but it's on that photo. It's taken at, and I put it to you, it will be proved. It's taken at 1640. It's 260 kilometers an hour. And 2 things. 1, the accused did not drive the car there, but not important. B, you were driving the car back. You took the photo. It came from your telephone sent to the accused, and it was at 1640 when the photo was taken. So what I put to you, you engineered false evidence this morning in cross-examination. What do you say about that?
I did not create any false.
Hold on. It's
1640, 20 to 5.
not 41.
I just have to photo with me. Unfortunately, that I can get the exact time. The court will bear with me, mate. Just unfortunately, I handed all the copies. It's maybe 1641, my lady. If that's the time, I'm sorry, I could remember 1641 to be accurate. My lady, I apologize. It is in fact 1641. Anything that you want to say, Mr. Fresco?
No.
I see there's silence.
If you've got the photo that I've sent him, then it must have been me driving at the time.
Why?
I do not remember this.
No, it's more than that. It's you coming back after giving evidence the previous night and come with evidence under oath. A, incorrectly shown who was driving the vehicle to the vault, and B, engineering evidence that it was in the morning.
Lady, I object. How can Mr. Roux put to this witness that he engineered evidence about who was driving to the vault? He gave evidence who was driving to the vault. There's nothing to gainsay that yet. So it can't be put that you're engineering evidence of who was driving to the vault.
Yes, Mr.
With the driver of the vehicle.
Lady, we have the evidence of Samantha Taylor, but there will be evidence, but it's significant. I'll leave it there. It's significant that the second part was not objected to. So I'll remain with the second part. But I still put it to you. That on the first part, it's true what Mr. Nell is saying. I can't put that to you, so I withdraw that. I'm talking about the second part. That's where you engineer the evidence. I'm sorry, let me put it clear.
You have to spell out the second.
It's the second part, the taking of the photo when the accused was driving to the vault according to evidence. It's 1641. It could only have been you. Do you agree?
I agree, as I was driving the vehicle home from the Vaal River.
And we know from your evidence that a photo was taken of the speed, and there's only one photo. That's what I asked you in the beginning.
Of this single photo, as I said, I did not remember at all this photo. When you had asked me earlier of the speed, I said I do not remember yesterday. Again, I do not remember taking this photo.
So, Mr. Fresco, I withdraw the question about driving to the vault. I'm simply dealing with the photo. You understand it?
I do, my lady.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I'm sorry, I have not asked for the photo to be marked as an exhibit. It would be X, my lady. The last one I think was W.
Yes.
Must be X. Thank you, my lady.
Mr. Fresco, thank you very much for your assistance.
Thank you, my lady.
You may be excused.
As I go, please, my lady, we call Colonel Vermeulen. This witness is number 60, my lady, on the list of witnesses. Lady, this is a court to witness on his way. I will, in the meantime, if it pleases the court, hand up exhibits. I'll hand it informally through the witness. Perhaps if we have time, the court can just accept the photo album and statement I'll be handing in. Will that be in order, madam?
Yes, these are exhibits which are already in possession of the defense. Thank you.
May I request that it be marked as exhibit Y? My lady, what was handed in consists in fact of two separate documents. The first document is a photo album, it's photo album 7, and then follows a statement, which is a report by this particular witness that he will use in his evidence.
Yes.
If I can, a 13-page statement, if I could request that the photo albums, as we've handed it up, is Y, and the statement Y1.
Y1 is the photo album.
Indeed, lady.
Why? No. You said why is the photo album?
Yes.
And why one is the statement?
Indeed.
Thank you. The witness may be sworn in.
Meneer, wat is die volle naam en van?
Johannes Gerardus Vermeulen.
Het u enige bezwaar om die afgeschreven hier af te lezen?
Ik wil graag bevestigen verklaring.
Beschouw je dat als bindend op je geweten?
Yes.
Als het geval is, 4 uur dat je getekend is wat je gaan geven, die waarheid van wie is, die hele waarheid, niks anders dan die waarheid niet, steek je rechterhand op en zeg je af niet hoog.
My lady, I wish to make an affirmed statement, not a sworn statement.
As he says, affirmed, my lady.
Let's go, please. So you're a colonel in the South African Police Service attached at the scientific analysis section of the Forensic Science Laboratory. Is that correct?
That's correct, my lady.
You have prepared a report, and you confirm that you've prepared that report that you have with you?
That's correct, my lady.
My lady, we've handed in the report, and in paragraph 1, we have to start with a correction. In fact, I'm in fact glad to make this correction. In paragraph 1, it's indicated that you're a lieutenant colonel, but you've been promoted in the meanwhile.
That's correct, my lady.
To a full colonel.
That's correct, my lady.
So what should happen to lieutenant?
Lieutenant colonel, the rank in paragraph 1, the word lieutenant should just be scrapped.
Should be just be colonel.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Colonel, you're the commander of the material analysis subsection, is that?
That's correct, my lady.
To have become the commander, you started in the South African Police Service at the Forensic Science Laboratory as an assistant analyst.
Assistant forensic analyst way back in 1992, my lady.
And after that, you progressed to
a forensic analyst, after which I was promoted to a senior forensic analyst.
So you became a forensic, then you became a senior forensic analyst, and then?
A principal forensic analyst.
And then?
A chief forensic analyst.
And currently?
And currently, with the last promotion, I was promoted to control forensic analyst.
Would you please mention your academic qualifications, please?
My lady, I'm in possession of a BSc degree with chemistry and zoology as majors from the Northwest University, as it was called in those days, Potchefstroom University. I'm also in possession of an honors degree in chemistry from the same university, as well as a master's degree, MSc degree in chemistry, also from the Potchefstroom, or the Northwest University, as it is called now.
How many years of scientific analysis experience have you had?
My lady, currently I have more than 29 years experience in scientific analysis, of which more than 21 years are practical experience in the Forensic Science Laboratory.
So you have attended various courses and workshops locally and internationally, and you've mentioned that in paragraph 2.3 of your report. Is that correct?
That's correct, my lady.
And you confirm that you've undergone that training?
That's correct, my lady.
In your years in scientific analysis, how many forensic investigations have you completed?
My lady, during my time at the Forensic Science Laboratory, I completed almost 1,400 forensic investigations in various competencies.
Have you given evidence in court before?
That's correct, my lady. I've given testimony on numerous occasions in South African courts.
Now, in this particular instance, did you attend the scene?
My lady, I indeed attended the scene after the 2 weeks after the incident happened. On the 7th of March last year, my commander, Brigadier Sonia de Klerk, instructed me to assist with the investigation in this matter. And she also instructed me to attend the scene at house number 286, Silver Woods Estate. On the 8th of March last year, I went to the house where I was met by a number of other police officials, some known to me, some unknown to me.
Let us deal with people that were known to you at the time. Who can you remember being there?
My lady, people known to me at that time was Colonel Ian van der Nest, who's also a member of the Forensic Science Laboratory, Captain Chris Mangena from the ballistic section of the Forensic Science Laboratory, as well as Mr. Wolmerans, who was a private expert for the defense. He was there, and then there was a Mr. van der Westhuizen as well, both of which I knew from earlier in my career. They worked with us in the Forensic Science Laboratory.
On that particular day, they represented the defense?
That's correct, my lady. They represented the defense. There were other police officials also present on the scene, which at that stage I was not familiar with, and I didn't know them at that stage.
You were asked to look into 2 issues. Is that correct?
Yes, my lady, that's indeed correct. I was requested to perform 2 investigations. The one was on the cricket bat, which was an exhibit in the case, as well as the door, which we see in court. I was requested to determine if there was any marks, or there were any marks on the door that could relate to the cricket bat. And the next thing I was requested to do was to
have a look at the steel plate, a cover plate for inspection hole on the path, which was damaged and bent. And I was requested to determine if I could ascertain the cause of the bending of the plate.
If we're talking about a plate, let's deal with that firstly. In front of you, there is a file. If you could open that file at Exhibit E. And if you page to in that particular photo album at 118. Now,
I'm going to have to. Seriously? Why isn't this thing connected? Okay, how's that? Oh. Is this better? How much can you guys hear the echo? Steve, I think it's just more Winchester or cushions. Oh, you can see there. That's Phoebe. I was confused for a minute. You can't hear it. Awesome. Because I can hear it. And my earphones are dying. So let's see if they are going to be okay for a few minutes. I'm going to pause here because this is good testimony, and I think we should start it tomorrow. For the people who popped up for Ashley Benefield. So I'm going to redirect us because I only have an hour left of focus time, and I want to get really into the groove. I'm going to redirect us to Recovery Addict, and then start this one again tomorrow at 1 p.m. with a lawyer. So make sure your notifications are on because she only has that 1 hour lunch break. So we got to be smart about it. Evie. Okay. Thanks for hanging out. I will see you in RA's chat in a second. I will open that as soon as I've ended this stream. I have dancing tonight and we haven't gone in, oh my gosh, a month? More than? When was I in Edinburgh? I tried to go once after Edinburgh and my knee was very sore and then it was school holidays. Okay. See you tomorrow, maybe later before bedtime, but for a random one. Bye.